Hey, good morning. This is March 16th, 2022. This is the State and Local Government Committee. Today we have a number of matters to deal with: budget, work session, presentation, and I think the first item is for people to introduce themselves. So we'll start with Representative Lynn Copeland.
Good morning, Mr. Senator Baldacci. My name is Lynn Copeland, and I'm proud to represent the folks in House District 14, which is currently downtown and coastal Saco. Welcome.
Representative Randall Greenwood.
Mr. Chair, my name is Randall Greenwood. I represent House District 82, which are the towns of Litchfield, Monmouth, and my hometown in Wales, in both Kennebec and Androscoggin counties.
Thank you. Senator Kim Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Kimberly Rosen, Senate District 8, which consists of Bucksport, Castine, Dedham, Great Pond, Orland, Penobscot, Verona Island, Bradley, Brewer, Clifton, Eddington, Holden, Lincoln, Burlington, Lowell, and Orrington.
Representative William Toole.
Good. No, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Representative Will Toole. I represent the towns of Cutler, East Machias, the city of Eastport, Lubec, Machias, Machiasport, Rook Bluff, Whiting, and Truscott Township in the House District 139.
Representative Francis Hood, good morning. Representative Francis Head, good morning. How are you doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Frances Head. I live in Bethel, and I represent 23 towns and townships in Oxford and the other one, Rangeley. And thank you for chairing. And Ann Matlock, thank you for all you've contributed as well.
Thank you.
And I represent District 117.
Thank you, Representative Head. Representative Kathy Downs.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Kathy Downs. I represent District 130, which is Bucksport and Orrington. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Representative Walter Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everybody. I don't have the long list like everybody else. I represent District 69, which is Bridgeton, Harrison, and Denmark. It does encompass 2 counties, Cumberland and Oxford. Thank you.
Representative Mark Bryant.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Mark Bryan. I represent House District 24, part of the town of Wyndham. Good morning, all.
And Representative Ann Matlack, who is the House co-chair and stalwart of this committee. Thank you for all your service.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
And I'm Joe Baldacci. I represent Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. And we are ably assisted here with our legal analyst, Lynn Caswell, and our committee clerk, Cheryl McGowan. Good morning, Cheryl. Good morning, Lynn. So when we spoke, I think what we decided, Lynn, was to how to go through the departments. And I think you sent a memo out to people this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I sent several things this morning, but the first one was an outline, was the memo that you're
That's what we're doing first, is that outline. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And do you want to pull that up? Do you want to screen share for just a moment?
Yes, I will do that. Well, I'm working on it.
That's all right. So does everybody have access to that memo? It was around 750 something.
It was, and I really am working on it.
Oh, no, we believe you.
There it is.
So this is how we broke it down to just to go through the voting one by one. Basically line at a time with DAFs, and the others are a little bit more streamlined. So do we want to start right at the top, or I would open this work session on the budget. Let's see, we start with human under DAFs. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Tool, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if we could have the pages screen shared as we go through them. It might be easier for viewing purposes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's an excellent suggestion. Thank you.
I do have those ready to screen share. Would
Okay,
you
why
like
don't
me-
why don't you do that?
Okay, so as Senator Baldacci said, I broke it out by parts of DAPS and then parts of the other agencies. And the way I'll present it is within those blocks or those groupings. I'll let you know how many initiatives there are, if there's FTEs in those initiatives, and I will screen share them. Then I will ask if anyone has a specific initiative in that grouping that they want to vote separately. And if someone wants to vote something separately, then I will pull that out, ask you to then discuss and vote the block, and then discuss and vote any separated out items. So hopefully that makes sense and will make sense as we go along. Okay, this is not what I want to show you. I've been told if I open up all my documents at once, that's easier, but I tested it this morning. It's not working so well. So here we go. So the first initiative is from the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. It's this one up here from the Human Resources Department. There's only one initiative in the Human Resources Department. It does add a new position for legal research related to labor relations, and the cost in the next fiscal year. Can you see the costs on the side?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so the cost there's no cost in this current fiscal year, which ends June 30th. The cost in the next fiscal year is $138,413. So that would be the first vote, would be whether to vote, and it's a vote either to vote it in or to vote it out.
So what we thought is we could go through these. I mean, if people want to, the first issue is, does anyone want to have further discussion about this line item? Okay, seeing that and seeing none, are people ready to vote? Okay, Representative Reisman?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Lynn mentioned that we only have the option of voting it in or voting it out. I'm wondering, and I'm not saying that's my position on this, but let's say we wanted to change that to 0.75 FTEs and a cost of 100,000. Can we suggest that?
Actually, thank you, Representative Reisman. It isn't just an in or out option. You do have the option to add things to this budget, to amend any of these items as you see fit. So thank you for asking that question, Representative Reisman.
Representative Reisman, you have the power. Do you have any other questions?
I have no more further questions right now. Thank you.
So is there a motion regarding this line item? And I don't
I move
see-
to, I move
Oh,
to
I'm
support
sorry.
this line item.
Okay. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So what we'll do is, what we did in HHS was everybody raised their electronic hands. Is that okay, Lynn, or do you want a roll call vote?
Electronic hands work for me, and that will
Everybody
allow.
in- Everybody in support of this position, raise your electronic hands. You don't have an electronic hand, just raise your real hand.
Did Representative Tool, did you have a question about this first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was going to suggest that we do a traditional roll call as we have for other things. I know it's slower and it takes more time, but it's easier for anyone listening to keep track of what we're doing. That maybe.
That's fine. That's fine. So I will be happy to accede to your request. I'm just going to say we're going to do this in a rapid fire. Okay. So we're ready to go. Go for the roll call. Motion to add this line into the budget has been moved and seconded. Roll call, Cheryl.
Caught me off guard, Representative Tool. Senator Joseph Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen,
Yes.
Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack,
Yes.
Representative William Tool,
No,
Representative William Tool, no. Representative Mark Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood,
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head, Representative Francis Head.
We're on mute, ma'am.
There you go.
There you go.
I can't get it off me.
Yeah,
You're
we can
fine.
hear you.
You're fine.
We can
Okay,
hear you now.
all right, good. I'm going to cast my vote for no.
Representative Francis Head, no. Representative Walter Reisman,
I'll vote affirmative.
Representative Kathy Downs,
No, sorry.
that's all right. Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland,
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yes and 4 no.
Okay. And I think, and we discussed this at chairs and leads, that our policy would be to allow absent members until the noon on the day after tomorrow to record their votes, and they can record them directly with Lynn. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so that will be our policy on these budget votes. Okay, next, I feel like I'm the host of The Price is Right. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are now going to talk about two initiatives within the buildings and grounds portion of DATS. There are no FTEs for these, and they are on pages 2 and 3 of the budget. So this is the first one. It's actually a savings of $22,920 in the next fiscal year because it's transferring funds. And then the next initiative is a cost in this fiscal year of $120,000 for increased costs of natural gas at the Dorothea Dix Center. So does anyone want to have these initiatives voted separately, or would you prefer to vote them together?
A motion to add them into the budget together by any member of the committee.
so
Yes,
moved.
I'd be happy to do that.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to include both items in the budget. Discussion. Okay, seeing none, Cheryl, call the roll.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
Yes,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head. You're all set, ma'am. Now you're on mute.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Head, you can leave that right on unless Senator Baldacci would like you to turn it off. Leave it right on because you're awful quiet. You won't
That's
disturb
perfectly
us.
fine. Thank you.
You won't
That's a good
disturb us.
suggestion.
Representative Head said yes. Walter Reisman?
Yes.
Yes. And Representative Downs?
Yes.
Representative Copeland?
Yes.
That is 10 yes, 0 no.
Okay, thank you. So next item.
The next item is within the department, the capital constructions and repairs. There's one initiative and it's on the screen. This initiative does not create any new positions, and it's initiative for transferring funds for network security costs associated with cameras across state-owned facilities. I believe this may be one of those initiatives that the commissioner talked about where they're transferring costs from one funding source to another. And I believe this is one of those initiatives. It's 186, I'm rounding for this fiscal year and a little over about 209,000 for next fiscal year. So this is the only initiative within capital construction.
Okay, Representative Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have anyone from the departments that could confirm that this is a transfer? It sounds like it is, but we'd just like to have confirmation from the department.
We do have individuals from the department, and the commissioner has raised her hand, so I think she's asking to be moved over.
She wiggled. Now she's coming.
Good morning. Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Kirsten Figueroa, the Commissioner for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I want to say it's a split, like what Lynn mentioned. We are moving about $23,000 from a different account and then asking for additional money to fund this initiative or this, this initiative, which is the cost of connecting security cameras to our network system. Each camera has a charge and we're not currently budgeted for that.
Okay.
Comments?
Nope, I'm okay.
Representative Tool.
I'll move it in.
Got a motion, I need a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will ask Cheryl to call the roll.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
Yes.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head,
Yes.
Representative Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Downs,
Yes.
Representative Copeland.
Yes.
10 yes, 0 no.
Okay, matter has passage. Okay, next item, Wayne Caswell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next are two initiatives within DAT's Central Administrative Applications. The first one I'm showing to you is a $8,875,687 cost in the next fiscal year. This is regarding the human resource management system and the budget system. And the second initiative, it's on the screen. This is a $250,000 in this year and $215,000 in next year. And this is to automate the vendor payee management process. So I don't know if you want to vote those together or separately, or have questions.
Is there a motion to vote those together for approval?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to vote them separately.
Is that a motion? Does anyone object to doing it separately? Okay, see no one objecting, then we will do them separately then. So let's, the first item is can you just put that up on the screen again?
Yes. The first
First item is
item,
the $8.8 million.
yes, that is the human resource
It has to do
management.
with the aftermath of the Workday program on
I
post-Workday.
believe it is the Workday and program. Yes, the ongoing costs.
I don't think we as a state, I understand that others, I'm just going to briefly say that I don't think we have any choice but to go forward. To going backwards is putting us closer to just having an abacus to keep count. So Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I realize that, and I know everyone's frustrated with this. I don't have a problem with putting in funding to repair and do the duct tape, if you will, that we've been doing. But I just can't get behind continuing to throw good money after bad with no end in sight. And I'm not convinced that there is no end in sight with this whole thing. So I will not be voting for this, but in voting against it, I would change that number to just the base costs for the maintenance. I believe that was 4 million. If that's not correct, I'm sure somebody will correct me. And
Okay, so you're kind of offering in advance what your report would be.
I'm offering in advance what I'm proposing as an alternative.
Okay, so I can't remember, we have is there a motion to approve the lines? Approve this line? Is there a motion to approve the line? Or has somebody made a motion yet? I don't think so.
No, there hasn't been a motion yet.
Does
Mr.
somebody
Chair.
wish to make a motion?
Senator,
Yes, sir.
motion to move in.
Okay, is there a second? Second, Cheryl, call the roll. And unless is there further discussion regarding this item? Representative Copeland?
Before we vote, I would like to hear from the director of DAFs and what the difference, what the $4 million difference is going to provide for our taxpayers.
Yeah. Commissioner, you want to elaborate what is the difference between the 8.8 and the number that Representative Tools suggests?
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. I would like to start by appreciating the frustration. And if we could have done this project without this significant interruption, I can assure you 100% we would have done that. We find ourselves in this situation as anyone who attempts to do anything, and some things just don't work out. We found ourselves in the situation, we evaluated the situation, we had professionals come in and help us figure out what the next steps were. And this $8.8 million does two things. It does keep our existing systems to the tune of about 4.5 of it, or 4-ish of it. It keeps our existing systems with the duct tape and paper clips limping along. That is not a long-term solution. This is a system that was created 40 years ago. Like, nobody is using software that's created 40 years ago. The state does it everywhere because that's what we have to do. I understand fixing a computer system that manages 13,000 employees versus funding a social services program. I get why those decisions have to be made, but we have to fix the system. We have to move forward. And I don't believe that there's no end in sight. I believe that we have a plan. We have hired or are in contract negotiations with an implementer, and the implementer is going to get us to a successful resolution. And as I indicated, we feel like within this biennium, we will get to a place where we have one database, we have, right, we start to be able to disengage some of those older systems. We are committed to, we are going to get this project done. That it had a significant setback, that we continue to be in negotiations, by the way, to recoup some of those funds. It is unfortunate, but giving us the money to just continue to put money, really the 4 million would just be kind of not giving us an opportunity to make an improvement. It would just be funding something that we think eventually is going to fail.
All right. Okay, Commissioner Figueroa, thank you. Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another question for the commissioner. Assuming this new system is in place, I think you're going to achieve some efficiencies in terms of staffing. It would seem to be the case. Right now, you're pretty labor intensive with the old system. Are you able to tell us how that might look in terms of staffing in the future for that HR area?
I certainly appreciate the conversation and the question. At this particular point, I would not commit to the fact that we would be able to not have positions, that we would eliminate positions as a result of this transfer. What I will say is that we will see what happens with attrition. As a reminder, we do have a significant number of people who have an opportunity to retire within the next 5 to 10 years, but we would look at that. But we have a shortfall in our HR team across the state. And so we'll still need people who process this. What I would say is that we'll gain efficiencies in the amount of paper that we need to move and the back and forth that sometimes happens. So I would say that instead of having a person have to do their job in 10 or 11 hours a day, we might get people back down closer to 9.
So there are efficiencies in the system that will be improved because of this. There's no question.
There's no question that there will be a number of efficiencies, but that they will result in staff elimination, I don't believe so.
The one thing I want to I'm assuming that with the legal negotiations going on with the Attorney General's office, if there's any recoupment of fees, that would have to go through this committee as well about expending it, but I would like to, make sure, I'm sure this is the thought of the department, that any recoupment of fees can help mitigate, obviously, some of the costs or budget items, hopefully, that we've approved or that are needed in the future. I'm just hoping that money comes basically in English. I hope the money just comes back to DAFs to help with the DAF's overall budget. So,
and I think, when I stated the other day in our testimony that we don't think we're asking, we are not entirely sure how much money, how much more money. I mean, we're not going to double. I don't believe that we're going to double it, but we don't know yet because we need the implementer to help us with that. But that would absolutely be the case, that any funds recouped would go towards this project, and we would update you on that.
Yeah, so that I anticipate that, and also, is there any other discussion on this item before we vote? No, I was just going to say I anticipate that you would do that, and also I think from my position as a legislator, I think we owe it to the citizens of Maine who are going to be using state services to use them and have them available as efficiently as possible for them as the customers, if you will, or citizens, who are using any particular state services. They should be have the most modern available technology available to help the taxpayers. Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if Representative Toole could explain his position from before. He had mentioned something and it didn't seem to get clarified. I was wondering if he could try that again. Maybe we get some more clarification around it. It sounded like he said he was suggesting we could go with somewhere in the realm of 4 million instead of 8. So can I
think,
get some?
Representative Tool, you can go ahead and respond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yes, I was suggesting that we do the duct tape and paper clips, for lack of a better term, for the time being. You know, we know everything is in flux this year. We don't know what's going to happen later this year. We don't know what's going to really happen with this project. And we're still, I guess I have a problem with spending the full 8 million when we could limp along for another year and reevaluate this next year when there's no election on the line or anything like that. Because I think everybody wants to see this done. I just don't think I would hate for us to commit to something and then things change or potentially change again and have spent yet even more money that we didn't need to spend. It's not that we don't need to do this. It's just we don't really have any answers as to where we're going. If that makes any sense.
Representative Matlack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the conundrum of this program and the issues that have been going on for years. That's what happens with large, complicated systems, especially large, complicated systems that are being modernized. It is the nature of the beast. Regrettably, this is not, there is not an easy way to do this. I feel that allocating the $8.9 million to ensure that we do move from the the dark ages of the system that we currently are taping together and holding together with sealing wax and twine, that we're able to move forward into the 21st century. So I believe we should allocate the whole amount, knowing that unspent monies, there may be unspent monies, there may be extra monies needed to complete this project, but I think we should at this time allocate the amount of money that is requested by DAFs. Thank you.
Okay. And I totally concur with those statements. Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been saying this all along about all the different items that come before us in terms of technology. We need to move forward. I don't think that waiting a year is going to change that. This is a system that was selected by a certain administration, is being implemented by another administration. I mean, what's happening is we're trying to do what's best for the taxpayers of Maine, and moving technology forward rather than going back to an abacus is my strong preference. I will be voting in favor of this.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Representative Copeland. Okay, so we are ready to call the roll. Cheryl McGowan. This is a motion to include this in the budget.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Senator Rosen,
No.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
No,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood, you're on mute, sir.
Representative Greenwood, you're on mute.
He's having difficulties getting off of mute.
Oh, okay.
He looks to be frozen.
No,
He's
still
moving.
there.
He's moving.
Oh,
Your space bar
maybe
doesn't.
I'm frozen.
Let it go, let it go.
Can we come back to him?
Back to
Yes,
Representative.
we will come back to him.
Who's next?
Representative Head. This year. Representative Head. No. Representative Reisman.
So my technology is kind of messing things up here too. Could you tell me what the vote is so far? I couldn't hear half the votes.
Oh,
We have 1, 2, 3 yeses and 1, 2, 3 no's right now.
Okay, I'll vote to include it.
Okay. Representative Reisman, yes. Representative Downs. Representative Downs. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs, no. It's one of those days. Representative Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Copeland, yes. Representative Greenwood.
Different device, no.
Representative,
one vote, even though you only get one vote, even though you're on the screen twice. You can't put yourself up there 20 times. You get more
One,
votes that way.
I believe, Lynn, if you'll help me, it's 5-5 now.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Everybody voted?
Yes.
It's here. Okay. So we have, we said, our policy is that any absent members, and I think there are two absent members.
Two.
Two
They
absent.
can register their votes with Lynn before Friday at noon.
Our report back will indicate that this was a divided report, correct? I mean, that's all we're doing is getting the
Yes.
consensus and the opinion of the people on the committee. So it is what it
It's
is.
divided, it will be a divided report.
Right.
Representative Tool, you are flailing away.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about that. I would stipulate that for my part, they would suggest an alternative number. I believe it's 4 million. If I'm incorrect on that, for what it would take to maintain existing operations, then I stand corrected, but I believe it's 4 million.
So I think that Lynn, there'll be a minority report
Right.
that would be ought to pass as amended. To be
That is
honest with you,
fair.
we ought to pass as amended for
Right.
for the lesser figure. I guess if
Yes.
Representative Tool could communicate a specific figure, it would be helpful, but
Well, we can
okay.
go with 4
But
million.
it'd be somewhere in the $4 million range. Okay, that was good. Let's move on to the next item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next item is that portion of central administrative services that is for the automated vendor payee management process. It's on the screen. It's 250,000 in this fiscal year and 215,000 in next fiscal year. And that is the last initiative from that group.
Okay. Discussion regarding that item. Representative
Move
Matlack.
to, move to include it?
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Cheryl, call the roll.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
Yes.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head,
Yes.
Representative Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Downs,
Yes.
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
10 yes, 0 no.
Okay. Next item. Caswell. A new staff accountant position and a public service coordinator position.
Move to include?
Is there a second? There a second? There is a second from Representative Copeland.
Yes.
Discussion. Okay, we go to a vote with Cheryl.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
no,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
No.
Representative Head, I don't see her.
Make-
Come
We
back
have
to,
to come back to her.
come back to
Yep.
Representative.
Representative Reisman,
No,
Representative Downs,
No,
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yes and 4 no.
If Representative Head comes back on the screen, we can go back through her votes if we have to.
can you tell me
Okay.
the vote again? I'm sorry.
It's 5 yes and 4 no.
Hey, next item, Lynn
Because
Caswell.
we're missing Representative Head. That's why it's not 10 total.
Right. But when she comes back to the screen, we will go back and let her vote on these items. Lynn Caswell, next item.
You're on mute, Lynn?
Thank you. The next block is from the information services portion of DATS. There's 6 initiatives on pages 4 through 6, and it creates 12 new positions. Within within this portion, there is 1 staff accountant and 1 public service coordinator in this initiative that you see on the page. The next one is actually a 0 cost, and that is approved reclassification. The next initiative is establishing 8 new positions.
Lynn, why don't we just take the first 2 items together?
Okay. Yep. So the
Uh,
first one is the $216,058 for 2 new positions. And then the one after that is the approved reclassification for $0.
Okay, and is there a motion to include those 2 lines into the budget?
So moved.
Second.
Second, okay, any discussion? Seeing none, Cheryl, call the roll.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
no,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
No.
Representative Head,
No,
Representative Reisman,
No,
Representative Downs,
no,
Representative Copeland.
Yes.
That is 5 to 5.
Okay. Representative Head, how you doing? So can you, we missed, Cheryl, there was one vote I want to catch your vote on because you had stepped out. So if you want to record it now, it was the prior budget line.
Lynn, could you let Representative Head know that
Line up again.
line?
And can you, let me share my screen. And that was, I'm going in the wrong direction.
Yes. Number 39.
And so
Go
this
down a
was,
little bit. Oh, it's, okay, yeah, I got you. Okay. This
Yep.
was the staff accountant position and the public service coordinator position. Cheryl, what was the vote on that? So
The vote was
Representative
5
Head-
yes and 4 no.
Okay.
Representative
Representative Head, how
Head,
would you like to vote?
no,
so that's 5 to 5.
Just wanted to say, just get those votes in. So next item is Lynn Caswell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just pause for a second because I'm not sure that you voted on 2 items. And I think I shared a screen and I talked about the items differently than they are in my sheets. So I just want to go over and confirm which were the ones that you just voted on as
Okay.
2.
So we
Was-
did not vote on this one.
Okay,
Go backwards.
40 and 41.
We voted on this savings of 50,000.
okay, all right,
And we voted on the one immediately before that.
all right, thank you. Then, moving on. We are into informational services, which this initiative for $1,094,102 in the next fiscal year is creating 8 new positions to support statewide security in the information technology. Then you have a position here for $663,000 in the next fiscal year.
I think we're gonna have to take one line at a time. So
All right.
let's just, is there a motion to include this information services line in the budget?
So
Yes.
moved.
It's been
I'll
moved-
second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Yes.
Representative Tool?
Are these, thank you, Mr. Chairman, are these transfers or new positions? I'm a little confused as to where we're at.
It looks like that these used to be contracted positions and they're now becoming full-time state employees, but perhaps the commissioner could answer that for us.
And I will say that, oh, there's the commissioner, so I will let her discuss.
We're talking about the 8. Is that correct? Yes.
That's correct.
So yes, these are new positions, but Representative Matlack does make a good clarification that we need staff to do this work internally. We currently use contractors. The price of those contractors is increasing. So we are looking to build the capacity in-house. And these positions are related to all of the network security, cybersecurity architecture of the state systems.
Does that answer the question, Representative Matlack?
Representative Tool asked the question.
All right, does that answer your question, Representative Tool?
Yes, thank you.
Representative Reisman, you have a,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, could you explain the difference in the cost between contractors and employees?
Oh, well, it does depend on what contractors we're using. But on average, state employees are less than what we would use from a professional, either from a contracting service, or in this case, it's more that we're hiring for the service. So it's not necessarily, I mean, we have people working on it from those vendors, but it's more like we're trying to hire a security service, which those costs are just increasing because cybersecurity and those kind of threats are just increasing in costs.
Well, just to follow up on that. So the cost for a contractor is one price, period. The cost for an employee is the base pay plus all the fringe benefits, correct? And you're saying that it would be cheaper, even though you're paying the fringe for staff, it would be cheaper than a contractor.
Yes, as a reminder, the contractor rates that we pay, although we don't pay their fringe, usually they include a fringe cost in their contractor rate.
right.
Thank you.
Hey, any further discussion on this line item? Is there we have a motion and a second to include it. Cheryl, call the roll.
Senator Baldacci.
Yeah.
Was that a yes, sir? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
No.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
no,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
No.
Representative Head,
No,
Representative Reisman,
No,
Representative Downs,
no,
Representative Copeland.
yes,
That's 4 yes and 6 no.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next two initiatives that are on your screen go together. This involves a transfer of a few positions from 100% general fund. So that's down here, the minus 600,625 from, so it's moved out of the Office of Information Service Fund into the general fund in an
Is
amount of,
to include both lines in the budget. Is there a motion to include both lines in the budget?
Yes, I move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Representative Reisman?
so in reference to the positions that are noted in the initiative, are those, it's just a transfer, not going to increase the staffing levels? Question mark.
Well, I
It
think
is-
it basically
it is-
cancels each other out, right?
it is described in the initiative as transferring within the same program from the 100% Office of Information Services Fund to the 100% general fund. So that is the way it's described.
So that means no increase in the number of employees.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Call the roll?
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
yes,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head,
yes,
Representative Reisman,
Yes,
Representative Downs,
yes,
Representative Copeland.
yes,
Unanimous, yes.
Okay, next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item within the information services is the creation of 4 new positions for a cost next fiscal year of $551,806. And this again is moving positions into the state that were formerly contracted out.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay,
I would
any,
like to move it in.
and is there a second?
Second.
Seconded? Seeing no discussion, Cheryl, call the roll.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
No.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
no,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
No.
Representative Head,
no,
Representative Reisman,
no,
Representative Downs,
no,
Representative Copeland.
yes,
4 yes, 6 no.
Okay. Let's move on to the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item, again within information services, has a $325,000 general fund for this year and $650,000 for next year. And this is to support the match provided or required for federal cybersecurity. And this is a dedicated federal cybersecurity funds.
So if we appropriate the 325, the federal government gives Maine another X amount of money to make sure we can protect all of our technology. Is that basically what we're talking about?
That is my understanding of it. Yes.
Any questions, comments? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if we could get an explanation of what that money would be used for in more detail.
Okay, is the commissioner available?
Hi, thank you. Yes, this is match
Represent-
money.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. This is match money for approximately $13 million of cybersecurity funds available through the federal infrastructure bill, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And as I mentioned in testimony, the CIO will, there are requirements that most of these funds be spent in the municipalities, local governments, with 25% benefiting rural areas. And basically the CIO is going to coordinate with our municipalities a statewide cybersecurity initiative to build a strong and resilient cyber future. I can't understate this conversation that a number of municipalities don't have the capacity to spend a lot of time on this effort, and us doing this as a state and having the statewide coordinated effort will be amazing for Maine. So these monies draw down the first 2 years of the match, and there's a 4-year federal commitment up to that $13 million.
Okay, any further discussion?
I think it's money well spent.
Thank you, Representative Riceman. Cheryl, call the roll.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Kimberly Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
Yes.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head,
Yes.
Representative Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Downs,
Yes.
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
unanimous yes, 10.
Okay, great. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next are 4 initiatives within the Office of the Commissioner. There are three of the initiatives establish new positions. One of the initiatives provides for professional development for the state economist. So this first initiative, again, is a new position within the Commissioner's office to support the work of the Communications and Legislative Affairs portion.
Okay, why don't we, again, let's vote one item at a time on these. So is there a motion to include this in the budget?
Yes. I'd like to include it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any
Second.
discussion? Thank you. Okay, seeing none, I would ask Cheryl to call the roll.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
No.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head,
No.
Representative Reisman, Representative Reisman,
That's a yes.
Representative Reisman, yes. Representative Downs,
No.
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
3 no and 7 yes.
Okay. Next item, Lynn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item establishes a public service coordinator to assist in tracking and analyzing economic conditions. So this is one FTE for a cost of $130,079 in the next fiscal year.
Okay, is there a motion to include that in the budget?
Yes, there's motion to include.
Okay, is there a
Second.
second? It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Representative Tool?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this related to LD 1610 or is this separate from that?
I believe it's separate, but Commissioner?
This is separate. This position is needed in the state economist's office now for the immense amount of work that currently that office is in office of two, the state economist and a senior economist position. And we are asking, regardless of 1610, for an additional position to support all of the work and data requests that are asked of that office. And that often we have to decline because she doesn't have the staff capacity.
Thank you. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could I ask Lynn, at what point I would like to include the staffing positions from 1610 in the budget, if only to let AFA know of my and perhaps others' interest in doing the data collection. Are these the positions for 1610 scattered throughout, or is there some way to mention that I would like to include them?
The positions in 1610, thank you, Madam Chair. There is one within that does go along with the state economist in DATS. There are two for the Secretary of State and one for the Permanent Commission. The committee could add those positions as a block and vote it as a block to add that 1610 into the budget.
Yeah, right. So
I think that may be the cleanest way to do it. That way we don't muddy other
Right.
positions.
So what I was going to suggest is once we get through these lines, I can go back and see if anyone has additional amendments they want to include.
Okay.
So
The commissioner had her hand up for a second. Oh, yes.
go ahead, Commissioner.
I would like to say that there's currently a position that accidentally got dropped off 1610 that does apply to the information technology department. So there would be three positions that impact DAFs in that 1610, two
Okay.
economist positions and one data architect in main information technology.
Okay.
Thank
Were you
you.
going to be requesting that position that got accidentally left off added into this budget, or would you prefer it to stay with 1610?
We're just trying to get it added to 1610.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, we're ready for a vote.
Was there a motion on this one, Cheryl?
Yes. Representative Ann Matlack, you made a motion, didn't you?
I did.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
I thought it was seconded by Representative Copeland.
Okay.
goodness gracious.
Clarity, Senator.
What's that?
Mr. Bryant.
Thank you,
okay.
Senator. Just wondering if there was any extra to the motion that Representative Matlack was trying to do, or is it just a straight motion?
Mine is just a straight motion with regard to this reference number 45 regarding a public service coordinator 2. I'm not going to muddy the waters with for the budget itself, but ask later on to include other the positions from 1610 as a block after we've discussed this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Cheryl, call roll.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
No.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
No.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
No.
Representative Head,
No.
Representative Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Downs,
No.
Representative Copeland.
Yes.
So 5-5.
Okay.
Item Lynn?
You're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you. The next item is professional training costs for the state economist. It's $1,250 this year and $5,000 in the next fiscal year to allow for professional development.
Is there a motion to include this in the budget?
So moved.
Second,
Second. Okay, Cheryl, call the roll.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
yes.
Representative Tool,
yes,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
yes,
Representative Head,
yes,
Representative Reisman,
yes,
Representative Downs,
yes,
Representative Copeland.
Yes.
Unanimous, yes.
Okay, great. So Representative Matlack, I have to step out for about 15 minutes, go to another hearing.
Okay,
And then if you could take over and I'll jump back in about 15 or so minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
all right. Thank you very much. Next is reference number 47 for the office, from the Office of the Commissioner. Lynn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This establishes one director of operations within the Commissioner's office to interact with Maine IT and Maine Revenue Service and for operational needs of the office. The fiscal general fund is $144,844 starting in the next fiscal year.
Thank you. Motion to include this?
Move in.
Thank you. Second,
So moved.
Thank
Seconded.
you.
Yes.
thank you. Is there any discussion about this item? Seeing none, Cheryl, if you could call the roll, please.
Senator Rosen,
No.
Representative Matlack,
Yes,
Representative Tool,
no,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
no,
Representative Head,
no,
Representative Reisman,
no,
Representative Downs,
no,
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
5 no, and 4, 1, 2, 3 yes.
is it 6 no? Or is it 5?
5, 1, 2. Representative Reisman, did you say yes or no?
I said no,
Oh, so it's 6. I thank you very
Okay.
much.
No
So
worries.
6-3.
Okay. So the next one is reference number 6, provides funding to cover licensing costs to streamline procurement workflow. Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this initiative is under the purchases division of the department. It's $53,000 in this fiscal year and $102,509 in the next fiscal year.
Is there a motion to include?
Move in.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions with regard to this? There being none, Lynn, Cheryl, could you call the roll, please?
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes,
Representative Tool,
yes,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
yes,
Representative Head,
yes,
Representative Reisman,
yes,
Representative Downs,
yes,
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
unanimous, 9-0.
thank you very much, all. The next is transferring funds, initiative, reference number 8. This initiative makes permanent a public service coordinator 1 position. Lynn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And as you will see, this is within risk management and there is no cost associated with it. It's a transfer, so they wash each other out.
Okay,
Motion to move in?
thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Cheryl, any questions? Cheryl, could you call the roll, please?
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
yes,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head,
Yes.
Representative Reisman,
Yes,
Representative Downs,
yes,
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
and that's 9-0. Unanimous.
Thank you very much. Reference number 49, Workers' Compensation Management Fund Program. Adding one position. Lynn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This does add one position into the workers' comp portion of DATS, and the cost is $122,686 in the next fiscal year. The comment or the testimony by the commissioner was that the typical industry standard is 150 cases, and the case managers in Maine are at 300 to 400 cases. So this is to alleviate that issue.
Thank you. Is there a motion to move it in?
Move in.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Thank you, Lynn. Any questions about this position? There being none, Cheryl, if you could call the roll, please.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
no,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
No.
Representative Head,
No.
Representative Reisman,
yes,
Representative Downs,
no,
Representative Copeland.
Yes.
So that's 5-4.
Okay. We are at the end of, nope, we continue on. That was DAFs, and now we're moving into the executive branch. Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are two initiatives within the executive branch. The first one is in the governor's office. It provides funding to the governor for the operational costs. It's $80,000 in this fiscal year and $125,000 in next fiscal year. And I'm going to assume you want to vote these separately. The
Please.
second, okay.
Go ahead.
And I will-
Go ahead.
Okay,
Let's move forward with this one first. Motion to move it in?
Move it. Move
Thank
in.
you. Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Representative Reisman?
thank you, Madam Chair. Is there some way we could make the allocation in 2022-23 for the same amount, $80,000, and keep it flat?
You could ask to do that if you like.
That's what I'd like to ask to do, yes.
Okay, so you would like, your motion would be to keep the numbers the same from one year to the next.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Tool?
thank you, Madam Chair. Could we get a refresher on what this is actually for? I'm blanking on what it was for.
This is operations including contract services and web hosting services. Commissioner, could you clarify for Representative Tool?
Thank you. It is those, as well as basically the increase of all operating costs that have happened, that occur out of this office. As I indicated in testimony, this account has not had an increase in operation costs since 2004. This is the lowest that they have been since 2004, since we started tracking, except for 2014. And as we know, when it was the same amount, this is the lowest, I should say, this is the lowest amount that it's been since 2004, except for 2014. And as we know, every cost from a web hosting to a telephone call has increased. And so we are looking to not completely get up all the costs, but we are looking to right size so that the primary expenses out of this account can be funded in full.
Thank you. If we're ready, the motion on the table is for 80,000 this year and 125 for next year. Representative Reisman would like to keep it at 80,000 for both years. So if you, Cheryl, if you could call the roll right now, it's for 80,000 and then $125,000.
Senator Rosen,
No.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
No,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
No.
Representative Head,
No,
Representative Reisman,
No,
Representative Downs,
No,
Representative Copeland,
You're on mute.
Yes.
Thank you.
yes.
Okay.
That's 3
Um,
yes and 6 no.
All right. So with the no's, does no mean no? Or would you like to join Representative Reisman in keeping it flat from year to year?
Well, can we take a
Okay,
vote?
how about pardon me, Representative
take a-
Reisman?
Can we take a vote on keeping it flat?
Yes. So okay, so keep, this is for flat funding for this from 80,000 in 21-22 to 80,000 in 22-23. So flat funding.
Correct.
If you're in favor of flat funding, you vote yes. If you're not in favor of flat funding, you vote no. Cheryl, could you call the roll again?
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
No.
Representative Tool,
yes,
Representative Bryant,
No.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head.
no, yes,
Represent-
I want
Representative-
yes.
Yeah, Representative Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Downs,
yes,
Representative Copeland,
You're on mute, Representative Copeland.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, so,
so that's 6-3,
right, 6 for flat funding.
right.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, Lynn?
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may. I'm concerned about the procedure on that one. So, and probably Representative Tool will know the details of this, but in ordinary Robert's rules, and I know we're not in those, you would have to make an amendment.
This is a preference. This is not really a motion, as it were. This is in support of, I don't believe Robert's rules would be here. We're just getting a sentiment from members of the committee as
Okay,
to whether they, as to what they support as opposed to a motion, because we will be registering this, all the votes, yes and no. Representative Tool?
thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm a little confused. I think with the original motion was the item is presented, and those of us that were in the minority
Wanted a flat fund.
were to flat fund. And I think it would have been cleaner to just go with that than to have the second vote. I think that's where the confusion comes in.
Okay, but we
Because
got to
I'm-
where, we got to the answer that we wanted, which was 6 people want to flat fund it.
Okay, I thought it was the other way around.
No,
Why
three
I'm
voted to
confused.
support the increase from 80 to 125, and then the other was to flat fund it both years.
Okay. And that's why I'm confused then, so.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, Madam Chair, there are
Yes.
3 members that are absent. So if they all vote, it may be a tie, but it will be reflected in the report back from the committee what the two positions, the two votes represented, one being flat funding and the other being as requested.
Okay, thank you. All right, next initiative, reference
Yeah.
454.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is in the Office of Policy Innovation and the Future, and this is to continue and make permanent a public service coordinator position who is focused on transportation climate coordination. And this is another special revenue of funds for 25,410 this year and 143,338 in the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. So this money is, this is not coming out of the general fund. This is coming out of a separate fund. May I have a motion to move in?
Move in.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion about this item? Seeing none, could you call the roll, please, Cheryl?
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
Yes.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
No.
Representative Head,
No.
Representative Reisman,
Representative Reisman.
Representative Reisman,
Sorry, I muted myself. That's a yes.
Representative Downs,
Yes.
Representative Copeland.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
That is, you have one more in DAF?
All right.
Or is that it? That's it,
That's
right?
it. Yes.
Okay.
That's it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Figueroa, for answering all of our questions today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am going to send a follow-up about Workday, the HRMS request. It's just
Okay.
breaking my heart that people think that we don't have a plan. So if you don't mind looking for that, but I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Good luck.
Okay.
Oh, and if when you have your 1610 conversation, if you couldn't, Lynn, did you write down just adding a data architect in main IT? Should you agree with that? Thank you.
Before you go, Representative Reisman, did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to say I'm going to have to step away for about 5 minutes. So
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And we're doing something else. Is that correct, Lynn? After the rest of the budget, am I coming back for the class? Okay.
Yes. There'll be the budget and then there's a work session and then the briefing.
Okay. Okay. I'll pay. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Do we have a representative from the Secretary of State's office by any chance? Should I wait until the end to add in 1610 or should I do it here? Lynn.
Oh, I think perhaps we can go through the entire budget
Okay.
because the next is the Secretary of State, which has positions, and also 1610 has positions.
Okay, and 1155, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Secretary Bellows.
Good morning, Representative Matlack and distinguished members of the State and Local Government Committee. It's a pleasure to be with you here this morning. And I know our State Archivist, Kate McBrien, and our Deputy Secretary, Julie Flynn, are also in the work session in the Zoom if there are any questions for them.
Thank you very much. So we've gone along individually on the items. So, and then at the end, we will be discussing the two bills. So Lynn, if you'd like to jump in with reference number 979, the technology cost increases.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an initiative for the archives. It is to cover technology cost increases $5,730 in this fiscal year and $20,786 in next fiscal year. And then the next initiative is also in the archivist's office.
Right. Well, we'll go for this one first because it looks like it is, oh, it is funding for, okay. So let's do them both together because they're both funding for computer services. They're not personnel items.
Yeah. Okay. So the other initiative for the archivist is to purchase software and maintenance for the digital preservation system. And that has a general fund allocation next fiscal year of $125,679. So those are the two initiatives for the archivist.
Thank you very much. Are we okay voting on these two together? Okay. So may I have a motion to bring these two in?
Move in.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. If there are no questions, then I'll get Cheryl to call the roll, please.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
Yes.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood, Representative Greenwood. Can't
Is that
hear
it?
you, sir.
We can't hear you.
I'll keep going. Yep.
Yep.
Representative Head,
Yes.
Representative Reisman,
He stepped away.
yep. Representative Downs,
Yes.
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood is gone. So that's unanimous, 7.
Okay. Wiseman, Greenwood. All right. When those gentlemen come
Here's
back, we can
Greenwood.
chat with them. Pardon me? Ah, there he is. Representative Greenwood.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So that's 8.
8, yes. All right, our next initiative is reference number 982, initiative provides funding for technology cost increases.
Thank you, Madam
And-
Chair.
Okay. We have, looks like we have a couple in this area, several that are all just cost increases.
There are, the first two are just cost increases, and then the remainder are reorganizations. So I was
Okay,
thinking we
let's
could
do the cost first, and then we'll do the reorganizations.
So this is increase for technology costs of 52,000 plus this fiscal year and 59,000 in the next fiscal year. The Office of Information Technology is changing the way they're billing. And then the second initiative is to cover meter postage increases of 8,545 in this fiscal year and 12,806 in next fiscal year.
Okay. Are we comfortable voting these two together? Okay, may I have a motion to bring these in?
Move in.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So Cheryl, could you call the roll, please?
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
Yes.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Did we hear him?
I didn't hear him.
He's muted.
He is now.
Yes.
There
Thank
you
you.
go. Representative Greenwood, yes. Representative Head,
Yes.
Representative Reisman, no. Representative
Not yet.
Downs,
Yes.
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
Okay,
4, so that's 8. Yes.
thank you. Okay, the next two, is it the next 3 are reorganizations or just the next 2?
Madam Chair, I believe it is the next, more than 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe there's 6 reorganizations, but let me share the screen and I
Okay.
can show them all to you. So this is a reorganization of 3 customer service specialists, and that has been approved. Then there is, this item is a reorganization of 9 customer representative specialists. This is reorganization of 1 customer representative associate. This is another approved reorganization of a public service manager from a 1 to a 2. And I believe this is the last one, which is reorganizing 2 office specialist positions. So if you're unfamiliar, this is positions within the Secretary of State's department that there has been approved reorganization through the process with Human Resources and DAS, and this covers the costs of the increased salary and benefits for this fiscal year and for next fiscal year for all of those positions.
Okay. Are we comfortable voting as a group for all of these changes? Perfect. May I have a motion to bring it in?
Motion.
Thank you, Senator Rosen, and then
Second.
Representative Bryant. Yes. So Cheryl, could you please call the roll?
Senator Baldacci,
Welcome back, Senator. I can't hear
I
you.
hear you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Now we
Yes.
can, yep.
Okay.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Senator, Representative Matlack,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Tool,
Yes.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head,
Yes.
Representative Reisman.
Not back yet.
No,
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reisman,
That's a yes.
thank you. Representative Downs,
Yes.
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
unanimous, 10.
All right. Lovely. And I believe it's at this point that I asked to include the positions from those 2 bills, 1610 and 1155.
A motion?
So, I'd like to make a motion to include the positions in this year's budget for it's 1155, which are the positions added to the Secretary of State's office to create an auditing department. Do I need further clarification of that?
Second?
Just real quick. Does that, when you say this year's budget, you mean 2022, 23 or
Yes.
21, 22?
Yes, right now. This, the budget that's here right now, yes. Or Secretary Bella, should they be in next year?
So we would recommend an allocation, if you move forward with this, that would be 22, 23, so that we would be eligible to begin hiring in July.
Perfect. So 22, 23. So it wouldn't be for 21, 22. It would just be for 22, 23. And these are the positions for audit, to allow for training, for auditing services, et cetera, that are necessary within the Secretary of State's office.
And is there a second?
Second.
Representative Tool, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to oppose this for several reasons. I know folks feel really strongly about it, but one of the bigger reasons I oppose it is because it's already in appropriations, and the appropriations folks have already heard input from the legislature and the committee and can add it on their own should they so choose. That's one of the reasons. Another being is we have a whole list of bills that we sent through this committee, several of which passed unanimously, that have funding attached to them that we're not considering for addition. And I think there's some of those that we should be pushing, advocating for ahead of bills from other committees. So I'm going to oppose this, and maybe when we're done with this, I may ask to bring up some of those other bills if the committee is so willing. So
This would indicate that you're more than free to present those amendments, Representative Toole or anyone else on the committee. We can add lines to, or add items to the report if the committee so wishes to. So we can certainly go back and revisit particularly unanimously passed bills that that have been left on the table, to emphasize the fact that we want them off the table. So we have a motion and a second on the amendment regarding the auditing staffing for the Secretary of State. Cheryl, can you call the roll?
Yes. Senator Joseph Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack,
Yes.
Representative William Toole,
no,
Representative Mark Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood,
No.
Representative Francis Head,
No.
Representative Walter Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs,
No,
Representative Lynn Copeland,
Yes.
6-4.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And also, in addition, the other bill that touches on both DAPS and the Secretary of State's office, 1610. I'd like to include the positions within 1610 plus the additional position that the commissioner had not included in her budget, inadvertently left off of the budget. So I would like to include those, if I might.
Are those contained within a written amendment? Or do we have a previous email that illustrates exactly what we're going to be voting on?
Hold on a second.
What I was going to ask, Madam Chair, is whether or not this might be a good time for a 15-minute break. Yeah,
Senator,
Representative Bryant?
also, Walter Reisman, Representative Reisman missed one of the votes. We might want to clean that up before we move out too.
Okay.
just a couple too, so we can, Representative Copeland?
Well, I'm not sure if Representative Matlack already mentioned this, but I'd like to ask the Secretary of State if there's any positions in the budget for archives, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, Representative Copeland, for your question. One of the things that is important to know is that there were no positions proposed either for elections or archives. And I think this is part of when Representative Matlack asked the question last week in appropriations, thinking through, was it true that we didn't have needs, that we didn't have resources? And I think the two positions in 1610, the digital archivist and the data governance architect for Maine State Archives, would make a huge difference. Thank you for passing the digital preservation system. We don't have a digital archivist who can work with that data and make that work. So thank you for asking the question. This would be moving the number of positions in Maine State Archives from 0 to 2.
I do think we should take a, what I would propose is we take a 25-minute break. But I also would encourage members of the committee who have other amendments to use that time to consider if they want to present other amendments, okay? And what I would ask on this amendment is if we could just get something, Lynn, so we know what we're voting on. So I have all the specifics out if you could circulate an email that kind of puts together Representative Matlack's amendment, just so we can know what we're voting on, that would be good when we come back. So why don't we come back, I'd say at 12:05. Okay, and I really appreciate everybody's time and patience.
Senator,
Yes, Representative Bryant.
I'm gonna have to step away as I tried to earlier, and I'll be back when I can, but I probably won't be back in 25 minutes, okay? But I'll try to get back when I can. I do think that our analyst also had a question before we left.
Thank you, Representative Bryant. I will resend the document I sent out that had the unofficial fiscal costs associated with LD 1610. The Office of Financial and Professional OFPR have not finalized it. I will resend it all to you. It was an attachment that I sent out this morning, but please keep in mind it's the unofficial figures, but it does specify each of the positions within the different agencies.
Does it include the position identified by Commissioner Figueroa?
It does not. It only includes the positions that you all voted on in 1610.
Okay, thank you.
Reisman, what I would propose on the votes is that you and I both have some extra recording to do. If we could handle that extra recording issue after we get done with all these amendments, and then we can record your misvotes and my misvotes, anyone else's. That's okay with you, Representative?
Not a problem.
Okay. Okay. So I'll see everybody 12:05. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So Senator Rosen has sent me a note that she may not be able to come back this afternoon. If that plays into anyone's plans.
Well, we'll just see how we're going.
Okay.
Representative Tool. I turned off Representative Head's video, so I'm asking her to restart it. So she'll have to push that button to restart it.
Okay. I will let her know.
Yeah, just in case she's wondering.
Okay, I'll send her a message. Let's see.
Looks like people might need more time, Lynn. So, and Will, so
Okay,
here we go. We got Representative Reisman, we got Representative Copeland, Representative Downs. Okay, there we go.
I have not heard back from Representative Head yet, but
Well, she might not be back at her seat, but I just wanted to let you know that if she texted you, that's why, and I just will have to,
okay,
every now and then, I'll just double check to see if she's there.
right. Well, hopefully we can have a quorum.
I think we started with a quorum, so we should be all set.
But if we're voting on stuff, we have to have a quorum. So.
How would I ever think to question you, Representative Toole?
No, and I didn't.
Really?
I didn't take it that way.
Silly me.
What I want to know is, Cheryl, what are we going to do next session?
I've already told him,
Representative Toole.
I've already told him he can't leave us. He has to come back and sit in the audience.
Absolutely.
I don't know about that, but
Hey, you'll miss us when we're gone.
I will. I really am missing. I'm not dealing too well with the being gone thing.
That's why you have to come back and sit in the audience, and we'll just keep you included.
Oh, I thank you for that.
See you staying away for very long, Will.
What's that?
And I don't see you staying away for very long. I'm sure you'll be coming back.
We'll see. We'll see what the future holds, you know. And 8 years goes quick.
It doesn't. I'll take your word for it.
I felt the same way when I was a freshman.
We are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Secretary Bellows, hello. We're just waiting for one more legislator to sign on.
Here she comes.
She is. Representative Matlack. Back on with a quorum.
Thank you. My apology. I was dashing back and forth between committees.
Oh, we don't have a quorum? It's 4. Oh, 6. I'm sorry.
I only see 6. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're right. I should have done
Yes,
better.
Representative
There's
Green.
7. There's 7.
Now you have a quorum.
Now we have a quorum. Thank you. Okay, so last we left, Lynn, we were going to consider the amendment from Representative Matlack, and I believe that you have circulated that. Is that correct? Is that the one that you sent titled LD 1610?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. And that has the positions that were put into LD 1610, and then there's the other additional one that the Commissioner of DAS talked about.
Okay.
Okay, and
I
we have
don't
a
have-
motion. We have a motion and a second, so share any further discussion on that amendment? Cheryl, can you call the roll?
I will. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen, Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
No,
Representative Bryant, Representative Greenwood.
No,
I think that was a no, sir.
that's no.
Representative Head, Representative Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Downs,
No,
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
4 yes, 3 no.
Okay, and Secretary Bellows, I don't know if you were on, but we indicated that absent members can have until Friday at noon to cast their votes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Tool.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like some clarity on how we're going to proceed with additional amendment requests, or
We have one more section to go. I had
Okay.
asked to do the amendments here because they related to previous departments, but we have treasurer to go, and then we can do other amendments as indicated.
So we
Right,
could
and
do
that's-
them. We could,
that's fine with me. I just didn't know when
Okay.
would be a good time.
Okay.
yeah, I think the idea was just to get, if anybody has amendments, though, we're going to the Secretary of State's office, we might as well deal with them now, but if you want to deal with them later, that's fine too.
No, these are not related to Secretary of State's office.
Hey, Lynn Caswell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the three remaining initiatives in the budget are from the Treasurer's office, and they all deal with funds from the Abandoned Property Fund. So the first one is a across the board 5% increase based on current expenditures at 16,000 plus in each of the 2 fiscal years. Then there was a $50,000 request for next fiscal year for the Unclaimed Property Programs holder and constituent outreach efforts. And the final
Okay.
initiative was $15,000 for the fraud index services.
Okay, so there are 3 initiatives in the Office of Treasurer. Is there a motion to include all 3 initiatives in the budget?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Cheryl, call the roll.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
Yes,
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Downs,
yes,
Representative Copeland.
Yes.
That's 7 yes.
Okay, great. Next item, Caswell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that is the end of the budget packet that you had. So if others had additional matters that they wanted to discuss, this would be the opportunity.
There's
Okay,
one from section D.
Pardon?
What,
We voted on that last page when we had a discussion. You voted that one.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
yes, yep. No,
okay, at this point, though, before we get to the amendments, Representative Reisman and I think had some missed votes. So Representative Cheryl, can you go over the missed vote with Representative Reisman first and then with me.
Yes, and I'm gonna go backwards, Lynn.
Okay.
If you would help me. This vote was for 982 and 983. Representative Reisman?
I don't know what you're referring to. You gotta be a little more helpful.
So Lynn will have to read those off to you.
Yes, I can do that. So 982 and 983 were within the Secretary of State's office. 982 was technology cost increases, and 983 was meter postage increases. Meter postage was about 8,000 in the first fiscal year and 12,000 in the second. And then the technology cost increases related to the Office of Information Technology was 52,000 and 59,000. And again, those are rough estimates. And I believe, Cheryl, do you have the
There were 8 yeses.
okay, 8 yeses.
So mine's a yes.
And Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
so 10 yeses.
That's by Representative Reisman.
Yeah, and then the next one I have was 979 and 980. Lynn. I'm going backwards, I'm sorry.
Yes, you are, and you've confused me. 970, all right, thank you. These two initiatives are for the Office of the State Archives. Technology cost increases of 5,763 this year and 20,000 in plus in 22-23, and then software purchase for maintenance of the digital preservation system was a fiscal cost in the next fiscal year, excuse me, a cost in the next fiscal year of 125,679.
And this was a unanimous yes.
I vote yes on that.
Senator Baldacci? Senator Baldacci?
Yes.
Thank you. While we're at the back of it, do you want to get to Representative Headland?
Yes, absolutely. I thought we had didn't we get,
We still had 2 for Representative Head. She missed 2 votes.
okay, are we done with Representative Reisman?
No, we have 1. Yes, we're done with Representative Reisman.
Okay.
But we're not done with you. We're
No, I know you're
not done with you. Representative.
You don't send me out of the committee again. You know, send me over to some, committee, like showing up.
I could do that,
Oh, I know.
Representative Head, you have Lynn, she has the one on 1610, the amendments from Representative Matlack.
Yes, so Representative Head, the committee considered on a motion from Representative Matlack to include the positions from LD 1610, the data governance program that the committee voted in a divided report out. And I have 4 voted to move that in. So it's LD 1610 plus the additional position. And I have 4 that moved it in and 3 that voted against. Does that have the numbers you have, Cheryl?
Yes, it is. So Representative Head, what would you like to do?
No.
Okay, and Representative Bryant?
The motion is to vote in. Is that the original motion is to vote in? And vote in would be my motion, my vote.
Okay. And this last one, Representative Bryant and Representative Head have is 1,002, 1,003, and 1,004, those initiatives.
Okay, and those are all from the Office of the Treasurer. There were 3 initiatives One, they all come from the abandoned property fund, so none of these are general fund. It was a 5% increase across the board was the first initiative of a little bit over 16,000. The second initiative was to provide funding for the unclaimed property program holder and constituent outreach. That was 50,000 in the next fiscal year. And the third initiative was 15,000 in the next fiscal year for the Kelmar Fraud Index Service. And that was a unanimous to move in.
So thank you. I would vote to move in, please.
Okay, Representative Hip,
I will vote to move in.
thank you very much. You guys are done.
Okay, what about me?
You are not done. You are not done. All right, so first of all, I think, Len, the first place that Senator Baldacci left at was Initiative 47.
47, I vote in.
Or six, maybe it was, I'm on the wrong page. Initiative 6, 8, and 9.
Please mark me as a vote in on all 3 initiatives.
Okay. And the other was a split vote. One was 3 to 6 for 447, and then the amendment would have been a flat fund, 80,000 in both years. So the first vote,
Which line item is that, Lynn?
447.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
I don't know if I have.
447 is the governor's office, and that was to provide funding for the operation of the governor's office. There was the budget initiative is 80,000 this year and 125,000 in the next year.
And what was the vote on that, Cheryl?
It was yes 3 and 6 no, and the no's wanted to do the 80,000 both years.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll vote with the no's on that.
Okay.
So you're voting the no's on which?
On that, on the 80, the governor's office thing.
The flat funding for 2 years, or you
I thought it was
want
the
budget
80,000?
initiative?
No, I'm voting for I'm gonna vote with the no's of flat
Flat
funding.
funding, okay.
Okay.
And Senator Baldacci's last one was 454.
454 is the Office of Policy Innovation in the Future, and that was to make permanent one limited period position for transportation climate coordinator, 25,000 approximately this year and 143,000 next year, and that was 7 yeses and 2 nos. Is that what you have, Cheryl?
Yes, correct.
Vote yes.
And now you are all caught up.
Okay, great. Representative Matlack, if you could take over for a few minutes. I know that Representative Toole wants to entertain some amendments, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Did you have a chat with Representative Toole or Representative Reisman?
It was no, Representative Toole.
You chatted with Representative Toole?
Well, no. When we came on, Representative Toole mentioned about doing amendments at this point.
Okay. All right. This is the point to do it. Representative Toole.
So the problem is if we vote amendments and we don't have a senator here, then we can't vote. So if we're gonna take a 15-minute break, I suggest we take a 15-minute break and get lunch and come back. If that's the way.
I didn't realize, I forgot that Senator Rosen was in here, so.
Yeah, whatever folks want to do, I'm fine either way. If you've got to leave, I don't mind taking a break.
Okay, Representative Matlack.
That's fine.
So why don't we come back at 12:40 or 12:45? Does it matter?
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
All right.
You guys.
All right. Thank you. 12, yeah, see you soon.
Representative Head, I usually turn off your video. And so that's why you'll see on your screen, click here so that you can bring your video up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, Representative Head.
Hello.
Yep, we're coming.
Okay.
We're back. I'm back. Just a second. There we go.
Cheryl, can you take down, there's a screen share that someone has done unintentionally?
Oh, yeah, I thought that was you, to be honest. with you.
No, that's not me. I keep trying to make it go away and then I realize it's not mine.
Okay.
Me too.
There we go. We're all set now.
Good.
I told Representative Representative Tool, I said, oh, Lynn's screen sharing, you better get in there.
So I would like a screen share of the stuff going on the appropriations table, if we could get that on screen so that in case my mind lapses and misses something.
I have that ready, Representative Tool,
Super.
whenever the meeting's brought back officially.
Okay.
Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we have a quorum. So Lynn, thank you, Representative Matlack. It looks like we have a quorum. So Lynn, if you could screen share that document.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I sent this to you among the many items I sent to you this morning. This is a list. I've taken out 1610, but this is a list of all the bills that were either carried over from last session on the appropriations table and those bills that you have voted on this session. This does not indicate if it's a unanimous or a divided report, with the fiscal impacts over here. The last three, I put not yet determined on the Wyndham winter maintenance, Knox County budget, and the annexation of Columbia Falls. I don't think those are going to have fiscal notes. So I think these last ones probably don't have a fiscal note. And the 1513, which is the roads commission, will have a fiscal note, but that's not in yet.
Oh.
Representative Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we were having the discussion about including 1151 and I realize I opposed that, and my reasons for opposing it were process related. However, since we opened the door to considering other items that are already on the table or may already be, I thought the least we ought to do is look at some unanimous items on this list that maybe we should reiterate our support for again. And looking through the list, I know 1073 was unanimous. That's, as it notes, it's almost a $5,000 fiscal note. It's a study about how to make the legislature more effective. And that's one. I mean, do we want to take these one by one, or how do
We want to take them one by one, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Representative Tool.
Well,
one by one. Okay, yeah, anytime.
With that, I would move 1073 in.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute.
So it's been moved and seconded. Cheryl, call the roll.
Representative Reisman, has a question or no?
Well, we're moving it in, but where are we moving it in to? I mean, there's got to be a.
We can add, I think the committee is allowed to add lines, correct, to the budget and to, as part of our report. Is that correct, Lynn?
That's correct. So the recommendations from the committee would include, if you decide to add in any of these items, would include language at the end indicating that the committee is asking that these items be added into the supplemental budget.
But isn't there a certain department that would affect?
Yes, they will. And what the AFA will do is Well, actually, I actually have the fiscal notes for each of these items, and I can identify where the money is coming from, if that would help. In this 1073, the fiscal note of $4,750 is actually coming out of the legislative study budget.
Would
So
there
it's
be,
not related to a specific department.
could,
Okay. Representative Tool?
could we change that to the general fund, if you will? I suppose we can do anything, but I just think it needs to happen. And we've been talking about it and talking about it, and it needs to happen.
Oh, do you want to amend your motion to
Sure.
adopt the language of that LD, but that the source of the funding will come from the general fund? Is that what you
Yeah.
want, how you want it amended?
Sure.
Okay, and Representative Reisman, did you have any other questions?
No, I think you just answered that one. Thank you.
Lynn, you had your hand up.
I did, but I'm actually not sure what my question is.
Okay.
Well, I do know what my question is. This is adding money from the general fund into the legislative study budget. I don't know how that happens or if there's any special rules about that. But I think what I'll do is just draft it this way. And if there are issues, AFA can figure those out. But I just want to
Right.
let you know, there may
That's
be
what-
some technical.
And
Right.
what I was suggesting is that giving the money so that the study can happen, whether it goes to the fund or the appropriation says we need this study to happen. I don't know the best mechanism for that. However that plays out, I think I would hate to see a bill languish on the appropriations table we all agreed on for that kind of money.
So we all should remember these are recommendations to
Right.
AFA, so.
Yeah.
So I think that's why, as Lynn said, that they can sort out how they want to finalize any of these lines. So let's take a roll call. Cheryl, go ahead.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Rosen, Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
Yes.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head,
Yes.
Representative Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Downs,
Yes.
Representative Copeland.
Yes.
That's 9 yes.
Okay. Lynn, have we covered all the budgets?
You have, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I didn't want to leave anybody waiting. Okay, so is there another?
There is, I have others, but we gotta get back to the screen here.
So the next one is 1300, which was an act to require county governments to coordinate with municipalities to create plans to address homelessness. And that was a 3 million and 1 million.
Right, I would make a motion to recommend that that be taken, that be included in the budget.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I think this is an important item and it's an issue we need to try to encourage our counties to participate in, as well as the municipalities. Any further discussion? Seeing Representative Reisman.
Similar to the last one, is this coming out of the general fund?
Would defer to Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this is coming out of the general fund, and it's going to county governments.
Okay. Representative Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was it, I would ask Lynn, was this unanimous? I don't think it was, but my memory is not the greatest today, so.
I do not. I didn't think ahead, but I was just thinking that. I didn't think ahead to what the vote was, but I do also believe that it was a divided report.
Yeah,
I
I can
don't
imagine
know
it
if
was.
Cheryl-
I'm looking it up right now.
Thank
Did you only want divided reports discussed, Representative Tool? I mean, unanimous reports discussed?
I'm only planning to make motions on unanimous, but if we're opening the door and other folks want to make motions, I got no problem voting how I voted previously. I just don't want to shortchange anyone.
It's a divided report, ought to pass as amended, ought not to pass.
And what does that mean? Who voted? How did they vote? How was vote?
I
I have
check
that
that.
information. I have
Oh,
that
you do?
information. I do. So voted ought not to pass was Representative Downs, Greenwood, Head, Reisman, and Representative Toole. In favor was Senator Baldacci, Claxton, Representatives Matlack, Bryant, Copeland, Dorr, Paulus, and I don't know if I said Senator Rosen voted ought to pass as amended on that one. I know I read those fast, but I hope you kept up.
Yeah.
So we can call the roll, Cheryl, and just vote this up or down.
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Toole,
No.
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
No.
Representative Head,
No.
Representative Reisman,
No.
Representative Downs,
No.
Representative Copeland,
Yes.
and that is 4 yes and 5 no.
Okay. Does anyone have a motion to take any of these other items off the table?
I would move, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move 1680. I believe that's unanimous. It's Senator Miramont's bill on compensation. It came as a result of much compromise between working with my folks and you folks, and we got a unanimous vote on it. So I would move that. I'd move that in. And
Is there a second?
I'll second
Yes.
that.
Okay. Cheryl, can you call the roll?
Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator
Yes. Can you hear me?
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Toole,
yes,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Head,
Yes.
Representative Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Downs,
Yes.
Representative Copeland.
Yes.
Unanimous, 9-0.
Okay.
and I beg pardon. I'm not sure if there are any other unanimous bills on there. I thought there was a third one, but if so, I would be, perhaps Lynn could enlighten us there.
Oh, 2002.
What was that?
Inactive boards and commissions.
Yeah.
That actually is a savings of $500. So I don't know if it would be stuck on the appropriations table, but
Yeah, probably not.
Not very long.
Yeah.
and I did just confirm with
Already
the
passed.
commissioner.
We already did we already pass 2002?
Yeah.
It hasn't been
Yeah.
reported out, but yes, that was unanimous. And I did just confirm with the Commissioner of DAS that 1671, which was the public safety one, actually has, as you heard, the study has already taken place. So
Right.
that one you don't need to worry about.
Okay. Are there any other amendments that any member wishes to present?
Oh. I'm sorry.
Unless we wanted to provide funding for discontinued roads, the Abandoned and Discontinued Roads Commission.
Which number is, which is,
That's 15.
That's-
1513.
oh, okay. Was there a, yeah, I think we probably should provide some sort of budget for that. Is Representative Matlack, I would defer to you on this issue.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Everybody said no when it came to hosting this commission in various and sundry departments. So we don't have any funding for it. Right now, we were asking for it to be done within existing budgets. But if we were to put a modest price tag on that, we might be able to get somebody to take up the committee.
The
Any
same
thoughts?
What about just doing the same amount that we did for 1073, which was 4,750?
It's an ongoing commission, so there's going to be more, I think. So
Representative
maybe
Toole, you had-
$10,000 to do something like that.
Representative Toole?
Yes, so, and I agree that putting funding to this is very important. I know, but we also tried to model it after what we did with the cemetery commission. And we stripped the fiscal note from that for any of the similar reasons. I just don't want to see this or that get tied up there. And I don't have a problem putting money towards this, but I don't think we have an indication as to how much they need. And so I would say not bring that up, let that come out, and if we need to make changes to do it along the lines of what we did to the cemetery commission, just to get them going, that would be great. And then next year the committee could put money towards it. Because I do think it needs money. I just don't think we know.
We just don't know yet.
We just don't, no.
Okay. All right. So let's leave it at the three that we've discussed. This 1073 and 1680, which were unanimous reports, and then 1300.
All right. Representative Copeland, you had your hand up?
Well, yes, I want to add one about fully funding the COLA for the retired state employees and the retired teacher pension. But I think you're going through the list now, so I may need to wait.
Time, isn't that an amendment?
That
Yeah,
does sound,
amendment.
that does sound, Mr. Chair, like an amendment to add an additional recommendation to this budget report back. Yes.
Oh, I think, are you talking about adding it to the baseline, Representative Copeland, like we talked about, or? I think that there is a COLA increase in the budget. Is that correct, Lynn? Or it's not added to the baseline?
That's correct. There is money in this budget. However, the department did testify that the statute limits COLAs to a certain percentage. I don't remember. I have a sense of 3.5. So I'm not sure if Representative Copeland is looking to recommend the statute be amended, or that there just be a fully funded COLA for this year, or a fully funded COLA for more than this year.
I would think that we should have COLA for all time. I mean, if cost of living isn't a raise, it's getting you up to what the standard of living is. So whatever it takes, whatever mechanisms that work, that's what
I recommend I would move that we recommend to AFA that this COLA, let me do two separate motions because I understand, but I would make a motion to include this COLA in the baseline and not just as a one-time adjustment. So it's added to the baseline. That would be one motion.
Right
But
now, it's
that-
they want 5.4% fully funded. So that's probably
Right.
what you're talking about, the one time, and then
Right, but
another.
but to make that part of the baseline will positively affect future payments for them. So so my motion is to have that COLA increase added to the baseline permanently, even if it includes an amendment to the statute.
Yes, thank you.
Is that a
Thank you.
second?
It's a second,
There
strong
we go.
second.
There we go. Good. So it's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay. The reason I asked for that is because the one-time COLA is nice, but that means that they'll still be starting at what they had in 2020 and not when they get the next COLA. It's kind of, it needs to be added to the baseline in order to give them a meaningful benefit.
Right, because I see that they put money in, they suspend, they do, there's all these games that seem to be played,
Right.
whatever. So I would like it to be consistent that our seniors and retired people don't fall behind and go into poverty. That's not helping anybody. Thank you.
Right. No, and thank you, Representative Copeland, for making sure we stayed on track on that. Seriously. Representative Toole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm very sympathetic to the retirees and all of that. But I wonder if we have anyone from the administration. I don't think anyone was really expecting this topic to come up today.
Well, I did. I'm interrupting. I apologize.
But having said that, I mean, I don't know if I don't think we've had a public hearing. I don't think we've gotten, I know there's a raging debate amongst the legislature and appropriations itself, but I think we should hear from the administration on that issue, for one. And
I specifically asked the commissioner about this issue, and that it would be a consideration. That is a possible consideration on this. So I understand that they may not be prepared for it, but in these budget hearings, my understanding is that each member is allowed to ask for, really, that's part of the small d democratic process. So I understand your concerns, but I did specifically mention it to the commissioner, and it's an issue that I think is important, because otherwise it's nice to give them a one-time COLA, but by not building it into the budget, it means that they still start from the same place they did next year. So, and I'm sorry, I'm not totally clear, but I just think it's an issue of fairness. So, if we could go through the Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we know the fiscal impact if we were to adopt this?
We didn't know that, and the commissioner was not aware of it. So I would obviously think between now and the time that there's any final votes in the Appropriations Committee that we would have those numbers. But I think it's important for us to make a statement that the state workers need to be treated very fairly, and that this COLA should be part of their basic pay. That's all. But I understand your point, and I know it's not going to be insignificant cost. But it's, we've also gone more than a decade limiting pensions to an arbitrary number. And I've heard from a number of state employees that live or work or retired in Bangor or Herman who live on fixed incomes and are just looking for fairness, seriously, in their retirement years. Representative Copeland?
I specifically do remember discussing this, and that the commissioner of DAFs did not have the information. So it's actually my surprise that we didn't hear from about this earlier. And that's why I'm bringing it up now, because I thought it was on the list of things to talk about today. As a report back from them. and I haven't heard anything. So I couldn't sit here and let this whole conversation on the budget go without addressing this. Of course, you know, we're talking about the retirement COLA. I absolutely, for the same reasons, believe that young families and employees need COLA altogether, but I was unable to get at that information. I asked Maid about a month ago, and the Department of Labor wasn't understanding, I guess, the ask. And I've not been able to get numbers from anybody except for the union folks. So I would be very happy to have that information. I've just not been able to get it. But I still, because I need to know also, if we go full COLA, what is the economic impact? And that's really important. So right now, I'd be satisfied to stay with just funding the retirement COLA, because, you know, we don't want our seniors to not be able to afford to live in their homes. I mean, that's the ultimate thing here, right? So whatever we need to do to shore them up, that's what we need to do.
Okay, so Lynn, you have your hand up.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just actually received a phone call from the commissioner. She apologizes. She did mention a figure in during a prior conversation. I don't know if it was with AFA or with last time we met, but she informed me that the to play catch up, so in one budget year, it would be $146 million for the COLA, and that they cannot calculate what it would be in subsequent years.
And how much, that's 146 million is what the one-time benefit costs?
Yes.
So the 146 million stays the same for the fiscal year, really. It's only in future fiscal years that it would have an impact.
You're asking a question I cannot understand, cannot answer.
With or without this amendment, we're going to be spending 146 million, correct? That's what the current plan is, to do the COLA.
Okay, so I have an answer. 100. Yeah. The commissioner has my cell phone, so she's just texting me. Okay. 146 million. Hold on. 146 million. Now, so now my phone has to die. It's.
She'd come in and talk to us.
I was gonna say she's in the waiting room.
Yeah, why don't we bring her in? This will be easier.
Okay, I like that idea better.
Through a dead cell phone.
I'm sure she doesn't like that idea though.
Well, I will read what she wrote while you're trying to bring her over.
Yeah.
It says 146 million to fund the 5.4% COLA this year, plus the ongoing expense in the future years of building it into future budgets.
Right.
And she's here.
Hi, I don't think I'm texting you, Lynn, but the answer that you have is correct. So in order to do that COLA catch up, like you have to fund the 146 million does the first year, including the unfunded liability part. And then in the future years, which it's not that we can't calculate it, it's that we haven't yet, because it takes a little bit of time, but in the future years, adding that to the baseline would also cost something. It would cost less than 146 million, but it would cost something. And that was the amount that somebody's calculating. And maybe Lynn, the person that's texting you has said what the ongoing cost is, but it would be less than 146, but the first year to do it would be 146 million. Then we would build it into the baseline and there would be an ongoing expense. Sorry.
Isn't that what you're spending now in 1 year on this one-time adjustment?
No, the 14.7 million in the budget is the one-time adjustment. That's the difference between the 5.4 and the 3%. One time to roughly 37,000 people, on average $400.
So 146. So where do we go? Okay, so what I think what you're saying about the 14 million, that applies just to retirees.
This is yes, this is the retiree.
So it's 146 million to the retirees to do this?
To go to 5.4% for the 1 year. Yep, to catch. Yep. And the statute currently limits COLAs to 3%.
Right. So what, maybe I'm not making myself clear. You're providing a one-time COLA adjustment of 5.9%, is that correct?
In the budget, the administration is proposing a one-time payment that is equivalent to the difference between 5.4% and the 3% to those that receive the COLA of 3%. Yeah, but it would be a one-time payment, and it's basically the math.
Okay, I gotcha. So that equals 14 million and change, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so, but I don't understand how you said it's going to cost not 14 million, but 146 million to do the same thing, but change future years.
It's
Why is it?
It's primarily the catch-up payment related to the UAL. Which this is really starting to stretch my ability to.
I just don't understand. I don't know if we're talking about apples and oranges, because if the motion said we're going to catch up this year, it should cost the same as your one-time payment would cost. It doesn't. Okay.
No.
Representative Matlack?
I don't believe it's catching up. I believe it's a topping off. That the COLA is going to be increased for this 1 year. And in order to make everybody whole, it's going to cost $100 million rather than this year's modest amount of money to increase the COLA for just this year. So if we want to move into the future, it's going to cost $100 million a year.
But minus 3%, because 3% is already in statute, right?
Right.
So it would be like the $14 million difference for this year, because that's where the cost of living goes.
Right. The cost of living is 3% is what we're allowed to do, but the CPI is 5 something. So it's the gap above the 3 that they're paying this year to make whole for this year's cost of living.
Right. No, what I'm trying to figure out is that if we made this year's increase permanent, I don't know how already spending, maybe tangentially with some contribution to the unfunded liability, but not $90 million for that. So that's why, because I'm proposing the same increase for this year. It's just that it'd be built in future years. And that's the number they don't know. Representative Toole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if the commissioner could answer where this request was made originally. Was it to appropriations? Was there a presentation with appropriations? Or, I mean, I can't believe I missed it if it was in this committee, but it's possible. So the commissioner.
There hasn't been a presentation specifically on this issue.
Well, I mean, the administration's proposal that they're putting forward in the budget.
It's part of the AFA joint discussion.
Okay, but it went to AFA directly then instead of coming to another committee. I get, that's the question I'm asking, is because.
No, the COLA thing came to us.
Okay.
It's in our budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we approved that.
Well, what about Commissioner? You're there.
I think she was trying to get some information.
Representative Copeland?
Well, it's sounding more and more like the real problem is that we have a cap on the COLA, but the economy doesn't have a cap on inflation. So I'm thinking that the 3% is the problem.
Out of our budget.
Representative Tool, there you go. So there's the commissioner. Commissioner, what if we, and this is it's kind of a work session, so we're just trying to throw around some constructive ideas. If we approve this COLA increase, but we appropriate an identical amount for the next fiscal year so that we can maintain this increase for one additional year. And hopefully we can figure out where we would go then. Would that be the same 14 million?
Well, it might be a little bit higher because we would be adding, feels like it might be a little bit higher, but it would be close. I'm really sorry about the confusion, and I was trying to find a letter that it's about the fact that you can't change the benefit to the retirees without paying for all the future costs of that benefit. And if we change the 5.4% ongoing, the way that it's phrased in the Constitution, right? You have to put all the money that costs in then. I'm so sorry, like it's complicated.
No, first of all, we're very fortunate to have, seriously, you do a great job and you provide great information. So it's not.
I think I might have done better right then than I ever have on this topic. So I think that's why, like, you have to, like, how much do you anticipate that it's going to cost all the way to the end of all those retirees retiring? And because otherwise you're putting a future obligation on the system. And the deal is you can't do that if you don't fund it right then. So that is the difference between, like, how could it be 146 when one time it would be this? To answer your the question that you just asked, for the calculation that we've done is that it's roughly 14.7 to one time do that difference. Might go up a little bit because your next year, if you added that money, your difference would be a little bit higher, but probably not significantly different than 15, 17 million maybe. So we could figure that math out for you.
Okay, and that wouldn't affect all the other liabilities.
And that you'd just be saying that you want us to do the same kind of one time, or if you wanted it to, you could just say, do an identical payment. So that if Bob got $312 from the math this year, administratively, it would be just as easy for us just to send Bob another check for $312 next year and not ask us to do new math.
Okay, that would probably work out well too. Representative Copeland?
Well, we can't go against our Constitution unless we change it, but it just doesn't, it's in real world, I'm sorry, UPS is here and the dog is letting us know. In the real world, seniors need help. So this just seems like that we should give them what is reasonable. I mean, cost of living is reasonable.
So what I was gonna amend my motion to that we include in the budget an identical payment to state workers in the next fiscal year. So that would give the entire legislature the time and ability to review the COLAs in general, and look at what inflation is doing, the rest of it. But at least that would give our seniors and those on fixed incomes an extra year to know that we are going to help them help provide an identical amount. So we and without changing the whole system. Is that an acceptable amendment to you, Representative Copeland?
Yes. Thank you.
Is that acceptable?
Yep.
And Lynn, you understand that?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify an identical payment in dollar amount.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I
want to
believe
keep it as simple. I want to keep it as simple as possible for DAFs.
Okay.
Representative Bryant.
I certainly go with all of that. I just don't feel that it's going to be just 5.6 or 6% next year. I think we have a good chance in the next 2 years to go 10%, 12%. So it's just a drop in a bucket, but we'll take whatever we can get. And we need, as Representative Copeland has mentioned, we need to change the Constitution. That'll be a monumental task. But I don't think we have on any delusion that even 5% or 6% covering the 3% over the gap of 3, making it 6 is going to be even enough to cover the inflation. So we're never really getting to helping them get beyond where they are. But that's my 2 cents.
Right, but as long as we're providing them, my thing is to provide them more money so the purchasing power goes further and to still give us some time to figure out a longer term solution. Representative Reisman?
You're on mute, sir.
You're still on.
Yeah, that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a little perplexed by this proposal. Here we have, this is a potential $140 million coming out of our general fund. Is that correct?
No, we've changed. No, it's an additional 14 million coming out next year. Okay, the amendment was changed to just provide an identical payment the second year in a row. That would allow us time to review the COLA system. Not so if the,
isn't in our consideration right now. Is that right?
yeah, I amended my motion.
Okay, so here we have 511 million or $411 million being sent back to taxpayers. Why couldn't this money just come out of that 411 million instead of adding more to our expenditures?
Well, it can. I mean, it just the 400 million. The actual surplus is 1.2 billion.
Yeah,
I think we're all fortunate. So someplace out of that 1.2 billion, I would hope that we could come up with the 14 million. I understand it has to go into the budget in order to be appropriated, and then the money will come. So I think we are eventually getting it from the surplus if it got enacted, Representative.
Okay, well, I'm not all with that. I love the idea of helping out our elderly and our pensioners, but I think we can do it without having a potential effect on spending more money in this budget than we already are. So I'll leave it at that.
I understand that, but I think we have a commitment to these people and that they have had to suffer with limited increases for 12 years. And we're trying to help them through what have been unprecedented economic times. So I would just urge you to consider that issue as well. But Lynn, you have your hand up?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify that the COLA and that part of the budget is usually presented to Labor and Housing. They usually deal with state employee retirement issues. So just so you are aware, that's usually not presented to you. So that may be a little bit of why we're all struggling to try and make sense of it.
Okay. And any longer term fix would have to come through Labor and Housing. Correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Representative Copeland?
Well, it's in our budget, so that's why we're talking about it. If it's not in our purview, I don't know why it's in our budget. But certainly we can report out what we want. So I mean, the $411 million, perhaps we cut that in half yet again and support the COLA for our retirees and support housing and support mental health. So just to make the recommendation to AFA that they consider this and consider it as part of the ARPA funds, I don't see where we could go wrong.
But just to be clear, the motion on the table is that we will simply repeat this payment to those retirement in the next fiscal year. That's what the motion is. That's why it's only 14 million. Representative Tool?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Lynn Caswell for the note about this coming from labor and housing, because it would have made sense that they would have heard about this issue more than, and I knew I wasn't totally losing it, but the other thing I would say is when we open the door to adding stuff in from other committees, this is a confusion. Imagine if every committee did this with everything that's on people's wish list. And I'm not faulting anybody. I'm really not. Everybody has a right to stand up for the things they believe in. And I truly believe that's the case. But this is why we have appropriations, to screen everything. It's not just because appropriations are heavy-handed or that they're the bad guys. They're the ones that take all of these wonderful requests that we in our committees have some policy expertise on and filter through. They're more likely to take a concern from us, from a bill that we weren't stumped to ship, so to speak, and take that into consideration than they are than pulling stuff from other committees. And I know this isn't the only committee that's doing it, and I appreciate the fact that we have added things in from our own committee, but I can't support this, and not just because of that, but because there's so much we don't know. And we really don't. We don't have the answers to this. And appropriations may, and I certainly would encourage them to get the answers, but it's not our policy expertise here. As Lynn said, this goes to labor and housing. They deal with it. I had a bill, $83 million to let teachers retire after 35 years of service. And it came up with the same issues. So it is frustrating. So I guess that's all I really had to say. It's confusing because this is not our policy.
Well, I would just indicate that this was in our budget. This is in front of us. Somebody could have introduced an amendment to eliminate the COLA thing altogether. Somebody could have introduced an amendment to change the percentage of it. Somebody could introduce an amendment that relates to it anyway. And certainly this is highly germane to the matter that's in front of us, is to continue that same payment for a second year. Representative Reisman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would echo Representative Copeland's thoughts on the issue and say that I will probably be voting against this, but I would highly recommend to the Appropriations Committee to take some money out of the $411 million surplus and pay for this, whatever that cost may be. That's where I stand on it.
I should restate that, Representative Reisman.
Sure. So, I mean, in a lot of loose ends, we don't really know the total cost of what this is going to cost the state in the long run, or even in the short run. We don't have all those numbers. So based on that, I would say that it's a little premature for us to be trying to address an issue that we don't have a handle on. But there is excess money in the budget or in the surpluses anticipated this year. And I would highly recommend that the Appropriations Committee use some of that money to fund this problem for the pensioners.
Well, let's identify what the problem is. So,
well,
if we're going to do this, I want it'd be helpful to have specificity.
Exactly. Well, I've heard numbers, sir, that range from 14 million to 140 million, and there's more ongoing costs. We haven't had time to study it all. We need.
That was because, and I don't mean to interrupt, that was because the original motion would have changed the underlying assumptions for future years. The motion I changed it to was just to make it another one-time payment without having to change so it would not cause other formulas to be changed, to allow the legislature a complete opportunity to really look at the issue. That's all that amendment, that my motion is right now, we have a $14 million payment in the budget. My amendment is to make another $14 million payment in the next fiscal year that's identical to the same people. And that gives the legislature some time to review the whole issue, okay, before we make any wholesale changes. I understand where you're coming from. I don't know if you caught some of the discussion, not other parts, but no, you're right. The original discussion was about 143 million, but based on what the commissioner has informed us, I've changed that to an identical payment for a second year so that the cost would only be 14 million for one additional year. So, and then we can talk about longer term fixes, God willing, next year.
Well,
That's where I was coming from, but
just a quick response. I totally understand where you're coming from. And my point is that every citizen in the state pretty much is going to get a check for $511 or whatever it is. And we're still not clear on where this issue is going to end up. And so they're being compensated. They will be compensated in the next 6 months for whatever the shortfall might be for the time being. And then we can, as a committee, take this task on next session and talk about what this really means and how we can fix the problem. It's a Band-Aid, and I'm a little apprehensive about it, so I'll leave it at that.
yeah, I understand, but sometimes that's all the best we can do is Band-Aids. Representative Tool?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your attempts to explain it, and I certainly appreciate where Representative Reisman is coming from. So, but I guess my question with it is, so we're doing 14.6 in our budget, suppose for this current year, and then you're adding another 14.6 for next year. Are we obligating the next legislature to something? Because I don't think we can. I don't know if we can. I don't think we can do that. One legislature can't obligate another for something that's beyond this next fiscal year. That's, I believe, why they put it in for one time, if indeed that is the case. Maybe the commissioner could clarify that. I'm sorry for being befuddled.
First, ask Lynn, have we voted in budget lines that have committed fiscal years beyond this year?
You vote in for the 2 years, the 21, 22, and 22, 23.
Yeah.
So if your proposal is 14, so your proposal would be for the 22, 23 fiscal year. Because Representative Tool is correct that you would not be making recommendations to appropriations on the 23-24 fiscal year.
Sorry, Lynn, can you repeat the last part of that?
Yes. So the first thing is that the COLA that the commissioner talked about that's already been added, that 14 million, is actually under labor and housing's budget. So they will make a recommendation they will also make a recommendation to AFA on that part of the department's budget. And then it sounds to me like your amendment is to require the same amount of payment be made in the next fiscal year, which would be 2022-23. The
Right.
23-24 is not within the supplemental budget that AFA is reviewing.
So they can do this identical payment, or they cannot?
The legislature can add it to 22-23, but
Yeah.
Representative Tool is correct. You can't tie the hands of the next legislature that considers fiscal year 23-24.
Right, okay. But it can be added to 22-23.
Yes.
Okay, I understand this division, but let's just do a vote. This is how I feel. I think some others on the committee share my feelings. We need to move this forward, and I appreciate the comments, but if we could just, so my motion is just to make an identical payment to state employees for 22-23 fiscal year. Cost is approximately the same, but at least to show our support for seniors on fixed incomes to meet expenses. Okay, Representative Copeland?
If I may, Senator, if we could narrow it to fully fund the 2021 retired state employees and retired teacher pension cost of living adjustment.
Well, I'm happy to take a separate vote on that after we vote on this, because I'm trying to advance a specific thing versus a general statement about fully funding. So I would just ask if we could do this one, and then I will entertain that as a motion.
Okay, I thought this would just include that into what you're,
Oh, okay.
identifying the recipients is what I thought.
Okay.
Just for these two fiscal years.
Okay, can you read that again then?
Yep, it's to apply to the retired state employee and retired teacher pension.
Okay. As well.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think I understand what there'll be specific language identifying the individuals that are going to be receiving this identical payment in amount. And that is retired state employees and teachers.
Okay, Cheryl, can you call the roll?
I will. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Representative Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Tool,
No,
Representative Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Greenwood, Representative Head.
Representative Greenwood is no.
Okay, thank you, sir. Representative Head, Representative Reisman, Representative Reisman,
No,
Representative Downs,
No,
Representative Copeland.
Yes.
So that's 4 and 4. Oh, Representative Head,
Representative Head, we were voting yes or no about.
She's on mute.
yeah, there we go.
Yes,
Yes. Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yep, that's all right. Representative Head, this was a 4-4 vote
Great.
with Baldacci, Matlack, Bryant, and Copeland voting yes. Tool,
No.
Greenwood, Reisman, and Downs voting no.
That's me. No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So that's 5-4.
Okay, and so we will have until Friday at 12 for the absent voters. Okay, so we're done. Representative Reisman.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do want to make a note on that vote that I am suggesting that the money needed to fund this initiative be taken out of the surplus for the year.
So you would ought to pass, but as amended?
Well, yes, I guess you call it as amended. I would vote in favor of this if the money was going to come out of the surplus, not out of the general fund.
That's fair enough. My understanding, Lynn, is that we can include, if people have minority reports, they need to be included with this. So that would be, I would just make sure that's a minority report that's noted, Lynn.
Yes, I will do that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Tool.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would note that our minority report ought not to pass in that we don't have the information properly and it's before another committee. The issues are, so that's our ought not, it's ought not to pass.
Okay, so any other amendments that people wish to make? Good discussion, and so we're all set on the budget, right? Except for the actual report back.
That's
that correct,
correct.
Lynn?
Mr. Chair. Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Great, and so we have done the budget. The next item is the work session.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is LD 2011, an act to allow the annexation of certain lands by Columbia Falls. And you'll recall the public hearing was on Monday, and I'm going to share my screen, hopefully with the right document. So this bill authorizes Columbia Falls to annex approximately 16 miles of land that are currently owned by the Worcester Holdings LLC. And part of the land is in Centerville Township, and part of that land is in T19 MD BPP. And that the annexation of the land is subject to a referendum of the voters in Columbia Falls. So you received testimony from the sponsor, from Senator Moore, who represents all of Washington County, and several proponents. There were no opponents, and no one testified neither for nor against. I tried to put in here some of what seemed to be relevant testimony. The park will be about approximately 2,500 acres. The referendum is only in the town of Columbia Falls because there are no legal voters in either of the unorganized territories. Both the Washington County Commissioners and the Columbia Falls Select Board voted in favor of this. There were public forums held in Columbia Falls over the last several months to discuss this with members of that community. It is a request to transfer control of these areas of the state from unorganized territories, which are under county jurisdiction, to municipalities. So that's the basic question of this bill is, do you, the legislature, approve moving of the control of these areas from the unorganized territories to the municipality? There was discussion about expanding the tax base in the town, of year-round jobs should the park be completed. There was a discussion about there are some efficiencies in doing it this way, and the main efficiency that I was aware of is when it comes to local permitting. If everything is in Columbia Falls, then the park only needs to get permits from one municipality in addition to state permitting, as opposed to 3 different permits. And again, there was an economic study done regarding the park, but again, this is primarily a bill about annexing land. And I just wanted to share that there's nothing specifically in statute about how land is annexed. There are prior examples. Generally, the process involves getting legislative approval of the annexation. That's step 1, which is where you are now. The second portion of prior examples requires a referendum from all populated areas. And again, the only area with a population is Columbia Falls. There's usually a provision in the bills, and there is one in this one, about the town being responsible for any of the planning costs and the transfer costs. If the unorganized territories had indebtedness, which these do not, there would be a provision that would identify who is responsible for that indebtedness, so that the counties are not left with debts that they no longer have property and taxation to support. And again, there is usually a provision that specifies that the Land Use Regulatory Commission no longer has authority over those annexed portions. The annexed portions are now within municipal control. So that is the basis of what the bill deals with. I would suggest there are two matters that you need to consider. The first one is that this bill as drafted creates a state mandate because it requires the town of Columbia Falls to hold a referendum on this annexation. And as you'll recall, there's 3 ways to deal with mandates. One is to make the referendum optional. So this bill would say the town of Columbia Falls may hold a referendum, and if the voters of the town vote if they hold the referendum and the town voters vote in favor, then the land is annexed. So make it an optional referendum, not a mandatory. The other option for the committee is to provide funding for that necessary additional local expenditure. And the third option is to add a mandate preamble, which would mean the bill would need a 2/3 vote of both chambers. So that's the first matter for consideration is how do you want to deal with the state mandate issue? The second technical issue is I think it needs to be made clear in this bill. It's not entirely clear to me that the annexation only occurs if the referendum is held and passes. That was the intent that was expressed during the public hearing. I would just suggest that you allow me to clarify that if you were to move forward with this bill. And as I said, someone asked for the map. So I did a cut and paste of the map that was provided in the testimony. And this area in the blue crisscrosses, that's the area that would be annexed into the town of Columbia Falls. I see 2 raised hands. I don't know if those are questions for me.
Representative Mark Bryant.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, thank you, Lynn. You're always good, Ms. Caswell. A couple of questions, three-part question, the same question really. In the last couple of decades, how many pieces of land have we annexed? And then maybe the last 2 that we did, what were they?
Well, I have not. So there was an attempt to annex a portion of Reddington that failed on the referendum. Actually, I think I'm going to cheat because I think that the testimony, one of the testimonies had an answer to this. So I believe I found 4 or 5 over a period of time. Yes, so Carabasset Valley in 1975, there was a proposal to annex nearby land. East Millinocket in 1989 proposed to expand for industrial development. That passed the legislature but failed in the referendum. Greenville in 1989 also, there was a proposal to annex a portion regarding governance. And then in 2009, there was a bill to annex portions of Reddington into the town of Carabasset Valley, and that did not pass the House and Senate, so that did not move forward.
Thank you. That's my question. Thank you.
Representative Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank Representative Bryant for his question because I think that's useful information. And I guess my question, first of all, is the first question would be, there's nothing in statute for the process for annexation. Should we maybe think about, as part of this, codifying the practice of what we're doing, this practice for future annexations going forward? And that may be a question for Lynn, whether that's legal or not. And for the committee, should we choose to do that? So I guess that's my first question.
Thank you, Representative Toole. I will say that the statutes have a chapter in 30A that's titled Consolidation, Secession, and Annexation. But the only time annexation appears is in the title. There is actually no process in that chapter of statute. That was the first thing I did notice, was there was no statutory language about annexation, and it seems to be based on this past practice that there does need to be some legislative approval, and that the voters in the community need to vote in favor before it moves forward. And then there's a consideration and decision regarding any costs incurred. So I can say, no, there's nothing in statute except for a title, but there has been past practice.
Okay, so I would suggest that if it's possible for us to do this, that we put this process that you outlined into the bill as an amendment. And I also, as to your questions about the mandate, I think the town should have to go, and there should be. I'll go on record as saying I don't like mandates or support them very often, but this is a situation where every voter in that town should have a say, and they should have to vote. And the town wants a referendum, so the town wants it. I think this is not something that's being forced on them. It's sort of like the Wyndham situation in that respect. And if we don't get 2/3, we don't get the 2/3, but I'm willing to go to bat for that and say it's a mandate worth supporting. So, and I forgot what your other technical question was, but I think I agreed with the summary of it. So I don't know what Senator Moore or others think, but I know I've said a mouthful here, so.
Yep. Representative Matlack, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that Stacy Beyer is here. Did we hear from her earlier with regard to the unorganized territories? Or maybe that was taxation. I'm mixing my metaphors. But yes, so Stacy is here, Ms. Beyer is here, and she could chat with us about this if people are interested in the aspects of it from a technical perspective.
Ms. Beyer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Did you want to add any comments to what we're talking about?
Senator Baldacci, Representatives Matlack, and members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Stacy Beyer, and I'm the Acting Executive Director for the Land Use Planning Commission. The Land Use Planning Commission is the planning and zoning authority for all the unorganized and deorganized areas of the state of Maine. The Land Use Planning Commission has not taken a position on LD 2011, but I am here to answer any questions that you might have about transferring lands from the unorganized territories to an organized municipality, or any other questions you might have about this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone have questions for Ms. Beyer? Representative Reisman?
Are you on mute, sir?
Yeah, you're on mute. Representative Reisman, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you. Keep doing that. Thank you for being here, Ms. Beyer. My question had to do with, I think you call it LURC is the short version of it. Do you have the authority to take this particular proposal and follow it through on your own rather than bringing it to the state level? So what I mean by that is, could you authorize annexation of land?
Thank you. And it's a good question. We are no longer LURC. We were formerly LURC. That was the Land Use Regulatory Commission. Our name has changed to the Land Use Planning Commission. So it's LUPC at this point. The LUPC itself does not have the authority to transfer land from our service area to municipality. That has traditionally been a role of the legislature. And I'm aware of a couple of other times when that has happened that wasn't mentioned previously. The town of Chester has annexed property from the unorganized territories, and so did the town of Baileyville. And there is language in Title 12 about annexation of land from the unorganized to an organized community. And that establishes a role for us, generally speaking, that in our opinion, LD 2011 would remove from our responsibilities. But what Title 12 currently says is that it states that lands that become part of an organized town remain in the LUPC's land use control unless the plantation or municipality adopts plans and ordinances not less protective of existing resources than the Land Use Planning Commission's plan and rules, which by practice has traditionally required a review by Land Use Planning Commission staff and a determination by the commission as to whether that criteria has been met. Our reading of LD 20 would be that we would not have that kind of role for the Columbia Falls annexation.
Representative Bryant, did you have any questions?
Oh, well, thank you. I just wonder if, I know you're not taking a position, but do you see what in the past, do you see any pitfalls of taking it from a couple different townships in a sense, bring those together? You have a lake in the middle of it. You have a lot of different things that could be a concern.
What we found in practice is the statutory language in Title 12 works very well when an entire civil division like a plantation decides to take on land use controls. And the reason why we found that works fairly well is LUPC staff can work from the beginning with the community in the drafting of their comprehensive plan and their land use ordinances. So we're able to, at the end of the process, be able to make a determination that that the standards that they adopt are no less protective than the standards in LUPC's, in the LUPC's comprehensive plan and our regulations. We have applied that language in the existing standard to the annexation of land in existing towns already. I have direct knowledge that we were able to transfer controls to Greenville and to Baileyville. We have had one instance where applying the existing statutory language was more challenging, and that's with the town of Chester. Chester annexed land from the unorganized territories in 1997. And subsequent to that, and still to this day, the LUPC has not been able to make a determination that Chester's comprehensive plan and ordinances are at least as protective of existing resources as our plan and regulations. So we still have land use control over activities in a part of the town of Chester. And that has caused significant confusion with the local code enforcement officer in Chester, with the DEP permitting staff as to which part of Chester they have authority in, which part they don't, and with our staff, particularly when we have staff turnover, trying to decide where we have authority and where we don't. So that particular instance has been problematic. And I think the issue there is that Chester's comp plan and what ordinances they do have in place are somewhat dated, and it was hard for us to make that determination. It's hard for them to make the updates that are necessary.
Follow up, Mrs. Senator. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Burns. So are you saying that at the end of the day, with this annexing, it can't be any less than the regulations that you have, and you'll be able to see that in the end?
The way the current statute language in Title 12 reads is the municipalities comprehensive plan and ordinances can't be any less restrictive for protection of existing resources. So we're focused really on resources, wetlands, wildlife habitats, and that sort of thing in the reviews that we do. So, you know, municipalities that have up-to-date comp plans and have up-to-date shoreline zoning ordinances can usually meet that test. But if they have older comp plans and older ordinances, it's a little more difficult. My understanding is in Columbia Falls, they have a relatively up-to-date comp plan. It was adopted in 2019, but I believe their shoreline zoning ordinances may be dated. So us trying to do a review and make a finding that they're at least as protective as us on the existing resources in the area might be challenging.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator. Thank you, Ms. Barr.
Representative Matlack?
Thank you, Senator. And thank you for joining us, Ms. Byer. Quick question. I'm under the impression that there is no population on either of the pieces of property that Columbia Falls is looking to annex. Does having population move from unorganized to organized territories create an issue that won't be present here?
I think the only instance that I know of where it's caused a confusion is Chester, because there are folks living in the annexed area of Chester that are still subject to our rules and regulations, and that causes confusion there. But typically, if we can transfer control over to the town, then the town boundaries just expand and the town's comp plan and ordinances apply, and it should be fairly straightforward.
Thank you very much.
Reisman.
Representative Reisman?
Oh, I'm sorry, couldn't hear you. So, Ms. Byer, would it make more sense for the town of Columbia Falls to annex both the entire amount of those unorganized territories and incorporate that in their town?
How much area that the Columbia Falls would be interested in annexing, I think would be up to them and to the legislature. But when, if that occurs, if they take a portion of the unorganized territories, all that would mean for us is that we just revise our boundary maps. And what will be shown on the maps is Columbia Falls will have the new boundaries, and what was remaining in Centerville and T19 would just be smaller on our maps. So I don't see any concern there.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So partly to Representative Reisman's question, but before I ask it, could we get Senator Moore in here? She's in the audience. I don't know if she is.
Why don't we, Cheryl, if there are any attendees here on this LD, if you could just bring them in case we have any questions for anybody.
They could raise their hands. I'll bring them all in.
I do not see Senator Moore there. Oh, there she is. There she is.
So I guess.
I think that they're raising their hands now. So.
Okay.
So I guess my question first to Representative Reisman, the boundaries. I know we've seen a map, but would it be appropriate, just as we did with the redistricting bill, to have coordinates or blocks or whatever the terminology is in the statute to encompass the area that's being transferred? How would we get that, translate that map into statute? I guess that's more of a question for Lynn than anything, because I don't think it's not the intention to annex the whole unorganized territory of these respective territories, just an area within it. So I guess that's one question. And the other would be if Senator Moore could respond to some of what she's heard thus far.
So Senator Moore, did you want to respond to any part of what Representative Toole was talking about?
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Baldacci, and to the committee for allowing me to participate in the work session. The bill analysis was very good, very well done, Lynn. Thank you for doing that and including the map. One of the questions that I did hear somebody ask is what would happen if the residents of Columbia Falls voted not to approve the annexation? And I know in our fact sheet, the conversation is that if it did not, we would have to go back to the drawing board. But we really feel that it will work and that the citizens have been very supportive of it in all of the different focus groups and the meeting groups and the informational sessions that they've had. So I think that may not be an issue. And I agree with Representative Toole. I do feel like the residents of Columbia need to be voting on this and have that referendum. And, it is going to be done in a town meeting type of format. So I don't see that to be a great expense, but it would come under that category of being a mandate. And I would definitely support us to including that information. And I would answer, and I can't remember if there was any other questions that were asked. So.
Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. Maybe it's for Lynn on her map. There's a section that looks like it's like enclosed in the hash marks. So why is that? Why is that carved out? Is there any reason?
Representative Copeland, why don't I share the map and I will defer. I'll try and point out. Are you talking about this right here?
Yeah, I'm talking about like
this right. Whoops.
Yeah, I can't see your mouse, but in the bottom center, like the center right below the blue, there's where are you talking about below the blue, but where the red is? Below the red, below the blue.
The area without hash marks?
Yes, the area without hash marks.
Oh.
And I will add that Tim Peace is here and he would probably be able to address that question for you.
And I can, just as a wife of a surveyor, the way to get coordinates on where the parcels are on the face of the earth is a licensed professional land surveyor, putting that out there. But I'd be interested to know what that unhashed area is.
Okay, so Tim Pease is with us. And Tim, can you illuminate us on that?
Yes, thank you, Senator Baldacci and Representative Matlack and members of the committee. Tim Pease, and here on behalf of the project, and I can explain what we're looking at on the map. And I think first of all, I want to discuss the overall hash marks that you see throughout this particular map, and it's in Columbia, the part of Columbia, and then in the lower left, which is a little bit larger, the town of Columbia Falls, and it says the town of Columbia Falls right on the map. And then to the right of Columbia Falls, we've got Centerville Township. And then to the north of Columbia Falls, you've got T19. So all the hash marks that you see in T19, in Centerville, and in Columbia Falls, it's all in Worcester Holdings ownership right now. So that is what the hash marks are trying to represent. And then I want to point out the area in Centerville. So in Centerville, you see almost the entire township has got hash marks, meaning it's almost all owned by Worcester Holdings. But you see some areas that are not hash marks. That is in separate ownership. Centerville Township has about 24 people that live in it. And I know Ms. Caswell, in the introduction of the bill, mentioned that the areas and UT areas don't have any voters or residents, but actually what we meant to say is what we're trying to convey is that none of the areas that we're proposing to be annexed, which is in blue, have any residents. So there are some people that live in Centerville Township and some people that live in T19, but no one in the annexed areas that has any residents. Okay, so now we move on to the area that's outlined in red. The area outlined in red is generally the area where development or activities that are supporting the development will take place. So we have said in the past that the area of buildings and remembrance areas and so forth is about 2,500 acres. But the area in red is larger than that. That is 12,000 acres or so. The reason for that is we need access roads. We need other areas for gravel extraction and so forth. So we wanted to make sure that the entire annexed area, the area in red, which includes some Columbia Falls, is really depicting what is needed for the overall project itself. So now I've talked about the red, let's talk about the blue. The bluer areas, that is the two areas within Columbia Falls and T19 that we are proposing to annex. It's about 7,000 acres or so in Centerville and about 3,500 acres or so in T19. So what we elected to do, and I was somebody that asked the question, why not all of T19 and all of Centerville? Well, we thought it made sense to really focus on what is needed for the project and have some forward-looking thinking about what will be needed for the project too. And that's why we extended it across the top of Centerville over towards Route 192, which you can see a little bit in red on the far top right corner, in anticipation of bringing traffic in 395, Route 9, and then down 192. So that's our thinking there. We coordinated quite closely with residents in Columbia Falls, with the select board in Columbia Falls to talk about what they would be comfortable annexing. So keep in mind that if this passes your body and the town votes in favor of it, then they would become responsible for land use activities there. So I think it makes sense from their perspective. I would expect them to say that they're comfortable with this area, that they can have the people and the talent necessary to provide land use oversight, but not necessarily all of T19 or all of Centerville at the same time. So that was our decision, is to focus on that. I think the select board concurred with it.
Thank you, Tim. That's been very helpful. Are there any other questions for Mr. Pease? Representative Toole, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question for Mr. Pease is, earlier I'm forgetting her name from the unorganized territory. It's been a long, long day, so I apologize there. But my question is, would you respond to what she had to say about the UT position or lack of position or what have you, and also about the process for annexation in general, whether that should be folded into this or should be left out of it? Do you have any thoughts on those two issues?
Thank you very much, Representative. I suspect you know the answer. Whenever you ask a lawyer if he has these thoughts, you're probably opening a door pretty wide open. I'll try to be brief. Ms. Beyer and I have worked together for a number of years. I used to do a lot of work when it was LURC at the time. And I did speak with her a few days ago about this particular bill. I think one of the things that you should feel comfortable about when you consider annexation in this case is that Columbia Falls went through the comprehensive planning process just a couple of years ago, and they have an approved comprehensive plan as of 2019. So I think they're in a good position to have the people to address the land use requirements of this particular annexed area. The other thing I would ask you to keep in mind is that just 18 years ago, Centerville was an organized town, and they had the ability to do all of this stuff, and we wouldn't be here before you regarding Centerville. I think that goes to the point of the lack of population and reduced population in Washington County to be able to have self-control and so forth. I think Ms. Beyer makes a very good point, and I think it gets lost sometimes for folks who don't practice in this area, is that, as she noted, it's really a focus on resources. So what are the special resources in this particular area in terms of wildlife, flora and fauna, special water resources and so forth? She mentioned shoreland zoning. Well, shoreland zoning is fairly dictated by the state, so a lot of towns will simply adopt what the state regulations say. And I think I know someone noted that there's a water body here, and that is true. And so that is absolutely something that needs to be addressed and protected in this development. DEP will have significant authority over permitting and ensuring that whatever gets developed is consistent with regulations and is protective of the environment. So I would say that from a planning standpoint, be assured that Columbia Falls has the ability to protect the resources. In terms of providing some structure in the statute through this bill, I think I would caution against it. I frankly struggled quite a bit putting together the past precedents over the last 40 years to figure out what ought to go in an annexation. And there are a lot of things to consider. This particular annexation request involves parts of 2 different UT areas. Other areas might not. There's different reasons why you might see annexation as appropriate, and some where you think maybe this isn't appropriate. So I think that would involve maybe municipal association and other experts weighing in for you, so you can make some bigger decisions on that particular issue.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Representative Copeland, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to that spot in Centerville, the unhashed area. So what's the impact to them? So all this land is coming out of their area. It abuts their area. What's the impact to those 24, 25 households?
Well, I think from a fiscal impact, I would say next to nothing, because their taxes are really going to be unchanged, whether part of that territory is
I'm thinking more of quality of life. Like this is going to be a major tourist attraction, and have they weighed in? Have they had a voice in this process?
Yeah, I see Rob Worcester here. So Rob, I know you've spent a lot of time actually knocking on doors and talking to folks, because there's only like 6 families that live there. So you're able to do some one-on-one.
Rob, do you want to comment on that?
Am I on?
Yes, you are, sir.
Thank you to Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, committee. We did actually reach out. We went door to door in Centerville. This was at the same period we were meeting with the town of Columbia Falls residents. We really wanted to include them to make sure, because they were so close to the project, that they would receive all of the same control possibly that the residents of Columbia Falls would get if this goes through. And they really, they have a bad taste in their mouth a little bit about being organized in the past. There's a very small population. They really can't agree on anything. You know, there was a group of those people that still were around that ran the town back, whatever it was, 15, 17 years ago. And they basically said, we're happy with what we do. We presented to 4 of them out of the, I think there's 24 of them around. We invited them all. So, but we still wouldn't mind including them in the future if they want to be part of this, but we did offer it. And they kind of graciously stepped out. They appreciate the project though, I think for the most part. And but other than that, we tried to include them, but we couldn't.
Thank you.
In this process, so. Representative Copeland, did you have any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay, I think the next one is Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure who can answer this question, but I believe the current population of Columbia Falls is about 590 people. The plan calls for adding 5,000 jobs because of this project. Now that's got to have a definite effect on town services and other issues in the area. How do you address it? And the second part of the question is, you know, I'm kind of taking a look at incorporating all the unorganized territories into the project. So if someone outside the specific area were to propose a hotel of, a fairly large hotel based on 5,000 jobs, how would the folks in those outside of the realm areas have a say in what's going on? I guess they got to go through LUPC but and then maybe just comment on that, I guess. You know what I'm asking? You're adding 5,000 jobs. How the town services and the environment of the area are going to accommodate 5,000 jobs?
Actually, Tim, why don't you respond? Mr.
I'd like to take the last part first and then talk about the jobs issue. So I think Representative Reisman, you touch on a point about how does anybody in a nearby area make sure their voice is heard, whether you are a part of a group, whether you have some residents or anything that's impacted by it. So the DEP process or any permitting process allows the ability for people to participate and have their say. And that's extremely common. So regardless of where somebody happens to live in terms of a township or an organized town and so forth, so long as they can demonstrate that their property or their interests are going to be impacted, they have a say. And they'll be able to be added to the process and their voice heard. That's whether it's LUPC, DEP, any town level permitting and so forth. So that does not change. It's not diminished in any way by annexation. On the issue of the number of jobs, there was a comment a couple of days ago when we first heard about this, about why is it going to take 10 years? Well, part of the planning of why it would take 10 years is simply a matter of making sure that we've got the right access to jobs to be able to pull this off in the construction period and then have the right infrastructure in place to continue to operate it. I know Rob and Dennis will have some things to add, but I would say this, that if you look at the population of Washington County as a whole, and Senator Moore and Representative Toole know this better than anyone, but it's smaller than Bangor. That small but mighty. I mean, you can get a lot done in Washington County. And I think that if given the right economic opportunity, people will move there and they would be happy to have well-paying jobs, construction jobs for a long period of time. These are highly technical jobs. And so I would let them speak, but I think the area would be very welcoming of populations who are willing to work and willing to build something meaningful. The other point that I would make is that this is, I think, goes to one of the reasons for annexation, is because the area impacted the most is Columbia Falls and Washington County. And we think it makes sense that Columbia Falls and Washington County have the biggest say over the development plans. They receive the tax base to be able to provide the security, the public safety, the schools, the roads, that they're getting that funding and being able to lay out those resources to make this a first-class facility, and as opposed to having all the money go to the state or other areas. So I think that is one of the primary reasons for annexation in this particular case. So I'd ask Rob or Dennis if they wanted to add anything to that.
Worcester? Or is Dennis there? Dennis, did you want to add anything?
I actually, I would add, I was having trouble getting off mute, but it is a small area. It wouldn't all be absorbed completely by Columbia Falls, even though they're going to get the benefit and control over it. But there are 10 or 12 towns within real close proximity that would, be the future homes to our employees, we hope. So there's a lot of room to absorb the amount of people that we're talking about. So I think in those, we'd like to have all of those, benefit, just as much as Columbia Falls if we can. So.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Dennis Damon. I agree with the concern, I think, that was expressed by Representative Reisman in terms of the numbers of people coming into Washington County. It's Well, I've said it, it's transformational. This whole project is. And it is to provide jobs, which is economic development. I think that Tim recognized it first, which was the fact that this is a phased project. Actually, I think there is projected to be 8,500 construction jobs over the period of time that this park is to be built. They can't be accommodated. They can't even be found all at once. So it is prudent to structure it in such a way that it's an ongoing project. And then once completed, and somebody else mentioned this, that there will likely be the need for some housing, lodging, hotels, et cetera. In fact, that is part of the realization that other groups will come in to make economic development opportunities in the county, which would benefit both this proposed park and the county in terms of the improvement in the tax base and the jobs and all of the things that we look to try to help Maine move forward with its populace. So that's kind of the concern that you've expressed, and it's one that we are constantly aware of and have considered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate what Senator Damon has put forward as concerns as well. One question I would ask there for folks is, for Mr. Pease, would be throughout this whole process, the town will have the option of adopting additional ordinances. And if there's something that gets people a little nervous, say a rocket park in Jonesport, if you will, the town could opt to hit the pause button. Is that correct? That's the first question I have.
Speak on that, Tim.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. So I've already had many lengthy discussions with the town's lawyer, who is a experienced land use attorney. And there's a number of options that the town has to address this development, to deal with its impact, to make sure that it's got the ability to participate in any permitting process, to hire experts to study the impacts from all different angles. And I know the town is very keen to do that. They understand, as the Honorable Mr. Damon mentioned, that this could be transformational and over a long period of time, but they want to manage that in an appropriate way. I think they're realistic in how fast this can happen. They would like the ability to manage it as it goes. And so far, they've exerted a lot of control over that process and influence over it.
Thank you for that. My other observation was something Mr. Wister pointed out, and I want clarification on it. Am I to understand that you all went to the residences in Centerville, and when people said no, that this isn't for us, for lack of a better paraphrase, that whole section was taken out of the plan? Is that correct?
Yes, we were on the fence whether to include that section or not. And it wasn't that they didn't support the project. They were just happy with how their, the UT and the Washington County commissioners did business for them, and they appreciated their low taxes they already had, and they just didn't want to get involved with this. Basically, they were happy with their situation.
So in other words, because of that, you took them out of the mix. You listened to the local people and made an informed decision based on that, is basically what I'm getting at. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, just to put a finer point on that, they really didn't want to be part of an organized town. Part of the benefit of living in the UT from their perspective was that the independence that goes with it.
So I think that are there other questions, first of all? Okay, so I think the issue really is whether we're going to obviously approve, whether we're going to approve this LD and essentially give Columbia Falls the opportunity to itself adopt this project and be part of this project and help, because they will have a very important role as a town in terms of helping to manage this development in their town. So I just want to indicate that I agree with Representative Toole's position that 2/3 should be required so that there's a mandatory preamble on this legislation. And as far as making this precedent for any other annexations, I agree with Attorney Pease that a lot of these hinge on case-by-case analysis of different factors. So I don't think we can make a one-size-fits-all rule. I think we can just apply to this case. Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a really small community of 500 people, and there's one really large employer. I'm wondering how many of the people in the town of Columbia Falls work for the Worcesters. Is it, you know?
I don't know if he is. I don't know if they would have that information necessarily, but
I could give you an estimate. You know, I think currently I would say in the neighborhood of maybe 25 or so.
Okay, thank you.
how many people work for Worcester for your business, your family's business, Mr. Worcester?
We year round, we're around over 125. Then seasonally during our wreath business, we have a substantial increase to 600 or so.
I just want to, is there any other members of the committee who want to make any statements or comments? I just want to say this is an exciting project. I think that the Worcester family, I think Dennis Damon, I think the whole crew that Dennis has here working with him are really working on an exceptional project. I think the only ask from us is to approve the annexation, which means that we have confidence in Columbia Falls, which hopefully we do in managing the development. But I think it's an exciting opportunity. It could be transformational, could be really a positive national or international focus about military service, about America, about just teaching young people or the next generation about the history of this great country and about the service of so many millions of people, I think is something that we could all be proud of as Mainers and as Americans to have in our backyard. So I just jokingly, Bangor, Maine was once referred to on ABC News as the most patriotic town in America because we welcomed 1.5 million servicemen coming back and forth to Iraq. But now Washington County is going to be the most patriotic county in America. You guys are stealing our thunder here in Bangor. So, but we're really excited. I'm very excited about this project, and I'm really happy and thankful that you people have been working so hard on it. So I will make a motion to approve this amendment. I mean, this bill, and I would ask it, see if there's a second. Representative Toole? Okay, it's been seconded by Representative Copeland. Representative Toole, you have your hand up?
Yeah, before we continue too much, I noticed Lynn has her hand up. And there was some discussion about some possible amendments and coordinates. And I do think somehow or other we need to, seeing a map is great, but it doesn't translate to statute, as we well know with redistricting. So I don't know if it needs to be on to pass as amended. I'll support whatever we have to do.
Not to pass as amended would be adopting your suggestion of the 2/3. So that's, I indicate I support the 2/3 to add the mandatory preamble so that we can make sure the referendum happens. I think that having Columbia Falls voters vote on this is absolutely essential and part of the whole thing.
But with that, there may be additional amendments that Lynn may, I know she
Right.
had her.
Yeah, I'm gonna, okay. And Lynn, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the only other amendment would be to clarify. I'm hearing an echo.
We can hear you.
Okay, clarify the language that the annexation only occurs once and if the referendum is passed.
Okay. Then that's a friend that I would add that to my motion then as well. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve LD 2011. And Cheryl, can you call the roll?
Yes, LD 2011 ought to pass as amended. Senator Joseph Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen,
Yes.
Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack,
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole,
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant,
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood,
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head,
Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Walter Reisman,
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs,
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland,
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 10 yes, 2 absent.
Great. Great. I'm really happy about it. Thank you, Senator Moore. It's always a pleasure working with you here as well as on other committees. And Mr. Worcester and Mr. Pease and the Honorable Dennis Damon, thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate your time and your efforts.
Senator,
Representative Bryant has a comment.
Representative Bryant?
I just want to say I wouldn't have voted for this other than that Senator Damon was here, so.
Voted for it in spite of having Senator Damon
I
here.
got one comment.
Yes.
We really appreciate this, and I have a new appreciation for you folks. I've been on since 10 o'clock, and you guys don't get enough credit for what you do. It's impressive what you guys do on a daily basis, but thank you.
Thanks.
Worcester. So
Underestimated how long it would take us to get to you, sir. I'm sorry.
yeah, that's exactly right, Representative
And
Matlock.
that's all my fault.
Oh, no.
Well, yes, but I wasn't going to bring that one up, sir.
The representative from Washington County is delaying things. So the next item is a presentation. And Ms. Byer, thank you very much for being here as well. We appreciate your time. And you were very helpful in clearing up some of the questions we had. So thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
So our next item is we're going to have a presentation regarding the compensation issues of state employees. Lynn, do you want to just set the stage a little bit and then?
Yes, I will. But before I do that, I just want to let you all know that the chairs and leads yesterday agreed that the language review for the bill you just voted will be through email. So I will be sending it out to you all through email. It's going to be fairly small changes. So I will seek your approval that way. You are now moving into a brief briefing by the Commissioner of DAFs and also by Tom Feely, who is counsel for the Main Services Employee Association. And the two of them will be talking to you about the compensation work that has been happening over the past few years.
And I believe this is our last item on today's agenda. And then the next time we will meet will be at the Quarry Pub. Is that correct, Representative Matlack?
Have not made the reservations, but I'll
Oh,
let you
you
know.
haven't
But
made
that's where
the-
that's where we're intending to go next
Okay, I
Tuesday.
just want to make sure that happens. There we go.
Yep.
So, okay, so I would cede the floor to the commissioner and Mr. Feely.
Thank you. Again, hi, it's nice to see you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. I have been hanging around most of the day, but I'll reintroduce myself as Kirsten Figueroa, the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. As this department's primary committee of jurisdiction, I'm here today with an update on our important effort related to the recruitment and retention of our valuable state employees. The classification and compensation study currently underway, which is meant to better understand the current condition of our 40-year-old classification system and the nuances of the state employee compensation. The goals of the study are to, on a micro level, review the state's methods for classifying, compensating, and rewarding employees, comparing the state's methods with models from other states and comparable public and private employers, and examining the competitiveness of state employment by comparing state employee wages with those at other public and private employers in the labor market with whom the state competes for talent. And on a macro level, to attract and retain qualified employees, ensure positions performing work with similar levels of complexity, responsibility, knowledge, and skills are treated equitably, provide compensation commensurate with assigned duties and market conditions, provide recognizable compensation growth, and be poised to meet the needs and demands of a modern workforce. I prepared these remarks yesterday at the same time that we were working to put the finishing touches on a formal report with updates and current status of this effort, which is due to the committee by March 31st. And we're very close with that formal report, and we'll get it to you soon. Meantime, I appreciate the opportunity to be with you here with Tom Feely this afternoon to discuss the issue and summarize the effort to date. So let me start with a level set and some context. Despite the impacts of the pandemic, we are proud that this administration has been able to avoid state worker layoffs, furloughs, and/or pay freezes. At the outset of this administration, we prioritize state employees and the important programs and services that depend upon them, and that commitment has been steadfast. This is part and parcel with our commitment to adequately and fairly compensate state employees for their meaningful contributions to the well-being of Maine people. This initial step of the study was a market pay report, and I'll refer to that as the report. This report synthesized state pay data provided by our systems and benchmarked it against 10 government sector employers, including several New England states and some large Maine municipalities, and utilized published data sources to serve as a proxy for private sector data. Findings were compiled by an independent third party, the Siegel Group. In addition to the report, in order to gain insight into the condition of our current job classification system, the Siegel Group conducted a substantial survey of executive branch employees. Responses were analyzed by the Siegel Group, who then provided recommendations to streamline and simplify our current catalog of 1,180 job classifications. The report was completed on data farmed at the onset of the pandemic in the summer of 2020 and indicates that salaries for those employed by the state of Maine then were on average 15% below market for similar positions, and maybe more relevant for our purposes, 11% below market on average when compared with other public sector employees. Though this report did not take into account all job types or classifications, it did identify discrepancies in employee pay, with some classifications being compensated well above market value and some well below. Nonetheless, recognizing that state employees were being paid less on average than even their public sector counterparts, this administration has raised pay for state employees by 3% at the onset of the administration in September 2019. And then since receipt of the report, We've deployed resources that improve pay for bargaining unit employee positions by an effective rate of 9.2% since receipt of that report, making significant progress to closing the worker pay gap. This included raising pay for employees by 4% on average in January 2021, raising pay for employees by 2% in December of 2021, and raising pay for employees by an additional 4% coming in July of 2022. State employee wage growth amid this administration has been 13.63%, which is amazing compared to the inflation for the same period, which was 11.3%. We've beaten inflation by more than 2 points. And state employee wage growth since the report has been 9.2%, making substantial progress to bridging the respective 15 and 11% employee wage gaps identified in the report. Above and beyond all that, not reflected in the computations, are additional compensation improvements made during the same period, which when considered, make wage growth even more impressive for state employees. This includes issuing a one-time $2,000 payment to employees in December of 2021. This was prorated for seasonal and part-time or intermittent employees. And for some employees, the payment will be received in March 2022 based on their contract negotiation. Eliminating the bottom salary step, ensuring that no employee will be hired at that minimum rate moving forward. Improving longevity pay for workers with over 10 years of service. Increasing base pay to $15 per hour. This move alone to increase the base pay to $15 per hour positively impacted 382 employees for almost $1 million per year, representing an average pay increase of 9% for the lowest paid positions in the state workforce, an increase of more than 21% for those who had previously been earning the minimum wage. In addition, unrelated to this classification and compensation survey, but part and parcel with our commitment to state employees, this administration continues to evaluate positions one by one to ensure state employees are paid at the classification match to their work efforts. As a result, this administration has improved the base pay rate above and beyond any across the board wage increases I just outlined for nearly 15% of state employees in the past 3 years, more than 1,600 reclassifications, reorganizations, and/or range changes. In this governor's supplemental budget proposal alone, currently being considered by the legislature, there's a proposed funding to the tune of $1.56 million or $1.17 million ongoing in reclassifications and related activities, all wage increases improving the pay of 86 state employees. While we of course wish we could do more and certainly empathize with all Mainers, state employees included, we believe these incremental improvements are more than fair when balanced against our obligation to taxpayers. This is especially the case when considering that state employee wage growth is outpacing inflation, even as global economic disruptions push prices higher and higher, and employers locally and nationally are struggling to play catch up. We should also note that for an employee making, for instance, $55,000 per year, the cost to the state for that employee is well above the 55%. In fact, the state must budget close to $100,000 for a $55,000 position. This trend is consistent again across all wage levels and is evidence of the impressive investments in culture and benefits the state government makes on behalf of its employees. It's a delicate balance, and salary is important, but so is public service and job growth. With a job in state government, there are career ladders and other progression opportunities among and between departments that allow folks to hone and expand their skill sets while retaining access to our high value, low-cost health plan and retirement pension, among other benefits. To use an analogy, we sometimes say that state government as an employer is like a big university where employees can change their major and take classes in other disciplines without needing to transfer. And that allows them to grow with us and also allows us to retain people who are interested in staying in our employ. And to that end, with the effort to improve employee pay, we've also been working in earnest to further improve our workplace culture, despite the fact that the report had already put state government employees on even footing with their public sector counterparts on such matters, such as pay schedule design, promotion policy, non-monetary hiring rates, supplemental benefits, and a number of other categories. We know from national talent acquisition surveys that employees focus first and foremost on workplace culture, followed closely by career progression, including progression of their peers, benefits, and then compensation. That's why we are so proud and will repeat that we've been recently earned the distinction for the second year in a row as one of the country's best large employers by Forbes magazine, based upon an anonymous survey of 60,000 workers nationwide. We're pleased to join a small handful of other Maine employers on that list, including Maine Health, LL Bean at the University of Maine, and Jackson Lab. Nonetheless, not ones to rest on our laurels, we have made many non-monetary improvements to employee culture since the report was published, including but not limited to working tirelessly to ensure employees feel appreciated and valued, expressed in a myriad of ways, including events and increased communication, as well as through formal occasions such as the governor's message to our teams on State Employee Recognition Day, providing the first ever framework for state employees to partake in non-emergency telework opportunities based on climate goals, operational need, and employee preference, improving paid parental leave, which this administration initially established from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, expanding the eligibility criteria for the child care reimbursement program, extending a premium holiday on health insurance premiums for 2 months, fronting annual sick leave accruals in 2021 and 2022, which can also be used to care for children whose school or daycare is closed due to COVID-19, carrying over all vacation hours above and beyond the maximum accrual amounts into 21 and now into 22 because of the fact that people have not taken vacation as they've worked to get us through the pandemic, additional workloads, paying up to an additional 80 hours of leave beyond sick and vacation per calendar year in 21 and 22 for timeout or required to quarantine due to COVID. Eligible employees may also use this time to care for others with COVID or for children whose school or daycare is closed. Offering paid leave for accessing COVID-19 vaccination and booster doses, instituting work rules to keep everyone safe, shifting the vast majority of state employees to remote work as operationally feasible, deploying on-site and off-site vaccination clinics, making significant changes to administrative procedures to replace some of our paper processes with electronic processes to minimize the number of employees required to be on site, and a number of other responses to improve the safety and comfort of state employees as a result of the pandemic. The full list will be included in the formal report. It takes up nearly 2 pages, even in a small font. These additions join our already impressive benefit offerings, which include paid time off of 13 paid holidays, 12 days of sick leave, and 3+ weeks of vacation. Vacation leave is based on the number of years of service. And overtime exempt employees receive additional days of personal leave. A comprehensive health insurance plan with low co-pays and employee premiums, a retirement plan and voluntary retirement savings options, flexible spending accounts, access to living resources, gym membership reimbursement programs, etc. And that full list will also be included in the report. Nonetheless, despite this full body of work, we have forged ahead on the classification compensation front. First, we established a steering committee to lead the project from a macro perspective. And the steering committee is comprised of the following members: Marianne Turowski from the Office of the Governor, Heather Perot, who is the Deputy Commissioner of Finance for DAFS, Brina Bissell, who is our Director of Human Resources, the Director of the Bureau of Human Resources, Tom Feely, who is here from Maine Service Employees Association, Joseph Gribbin, also from MSEA, Sue Garcia, who is a procurement analyst for DAFS, Kelsey Lee, who is our Director of Human Resources Programs at DAFS, Thaddeus Cotnor, who works at the Bureau of Human Resources for DAFS, and Scott Helmke, also a senior compliance analyst in DAFS. Under the guidance of the steering committee and with the work of Siegel in hand as a starting point, the classification and compensation team at BHR is completing the day-to-day work. I'm incredibly proud of the progress that has been made to date by this team, especially considering the heightened workload of our human resources professionals amid the pandemic, and as bargaining with our 5 labor unions has been extended through the better part of the last 12 months, with our final agreement just finalized last month. As I mentioned, Siegel provided recommendations and data on our current catalog of 1,180 job classifications. At first blush, it is fair to say that both the steering committee members and the compensation classification team were a bit overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the data, and considerable time was dedicated at the fore of the effort to figure out how to understand the data and how to organize the effort. Everyone was struggling with how to review and catalog the recommendations, but they've figured it out. After careful consideration and in consult with Siegel, the steering committee adopted the recommendation by the compensation and classification team to consider the data on a department by department basis, at least to start. And as a result, the team has held specific classification meetings with approximately half of the units within the executive branch of state government since the summer of 2020, including the Maine Department of Transportation, Department of Public Safety, Environmental Protection, Education, the Office of State Auditor, Maine Revenue Services, Maine IT, the Maine State Library and Maine State Museum, Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, Baxter State Park Authority, and the Department of Veterans and Emergency Management. At these meetings, generally, the classification and compensation team has been evaluating work across departments and considering the alignment or misalignment of positions within the classification structure based on the work that's being done, including identifying any of the boutique classifications that could be recommended for elimination and or should be compensated differently based on the specialized skill set that's required, and reviewing departmental classifications to consider ways that the classification structure could be simplified so that no matter what job series, it's clear across classifications, the levels of responsibility and the required job knowledge. More specifically, as a result of these meetings, the team has identified areas where levels 1 and 2s have been eliminated through previous reclassifications and recommended to the steering committee that when a level 1 classification exists alongside a level 2, that the level 1 classification be eliminated by way of reclass. This recognition will allow us to simplify the classification system to ensure accuracy and avoid confusion. The team has identified any career ladders that exist within the units that would allow creation of a level 1, 2, and 3, where a tiered level of knowledge is required, and has discussed with the steering committee the possibility of leveraging these career ladders to recognize the training and knowledge level of incumbents and compensate them for such. The steering committee has expressed the need to create buy-in for such a move if or when such a change is initiated. The team has recommended elimination of the terms lead and senior, and instead the adoption of clear title changes to a supervisor or manager when appropriate. For example, at Maine Revenue Services, a change from a senior tax examiner to tax examiner supervisor would be more effective. The concept has been well received by departments where supervisory duties are assigned. The steering committee has expressed the need to create buy-in for such a move if and or when such a change is initiated. The classification and compensation team has proposed, in the limited instances where this has been the case, title changes from manager if the position is not actually managing employees. And the team has proposed changing licensed technician classifications to job titles that are reflected in the private sector. For example, a change from a plumber 2 to a master plumber reflects the required license, which thereby improves the credibility of both the employer and the employee. And we're heartened by the steady progress on such a complex undertaking and will continue steadfast. The next steps include Meeting with the remaining units, which includes the Department of Health and Human Services, Corrections, the Secretary of State's Office, the Department of Professional and Financial Reg, Department of Labor, the Public Utilities Commission, and a small number of other boards and commissions that fall under the executive branch. Following these efforts, priorities will remain that require communication and cooperation amongst units. The Siegel Group had proposed combining classifications that cross units, for instance, and we will undertake a more thorough and dedicated review of those classifications, including ample conversations with various stakeholder groups in considering such a complex topic. Examples of such instances are within the following classification series: contracts and procurement, administrative series, mechanics, and management analysts. Based on what we've learned by working on the classification portion, we anticipate that the compensation portion of the study will be equally complicated and time-consuming, but we are continuing to work at it and remain committed to sharing our progress along the way. The goal is to share additional findings during the next legislative session. As the second largest employer in Maine, we are in a position to be a leader, and we continue to lead by example. This administration is committed to continued partnership with our state employees to ensure they are adequately compensated for their meaningful contributions to the well-being of Maine people. We thank them, and I thank you for the opportunity to update you.
Okay, so I see Representative Copeland, you have a question?
I do. Thank you for that presentation. It's obviously a wonderful place to work. And I'm sure that the collective bargaining has helped. And my question is, you started off by talking about executive branch employees, and then you talked about unions. I'm just wondering, is this all information from collective bargaining, and how does that affect the people who are non-union? Is the information the same? Are they non-unions similarly compensated?
Oh, there is an opportunity. So collective bargaining is obviously for bargaining unit positions. However, in statute, it indicates that the governor may apply collective bargaining to confidential positions and appointees, and that routinely happens. So yes, and they received all of these. One of them was delayed. One increase was delayed, but was since during the curtailment, but has since been reinstated.
Thank you.
Representative Reisman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that really great presentation, Commissioner. That was very informative. I hope there are three short questions. One is the compensation study that was done, was it just comparing the base compensation or the full fringe compensation?
It did both. It compared base and included some of the additional pays that are on some of our classifications. And then separately, they did a component that compared benefit packages.
Okay. Second question is for vacation pay, is it use it or lose it, or is it accumulating benefit?
No, you can carry vacation over from year to year up to a maximum. It depends on the position and how long you've been in state service, what that maximum is. During the pandemic, I will say that a lot of vacations stopped happening. People continued to work. The pandemic was basically a full-time job on top of the other full-time jobs that everybody has. And I continue to be incredibly impressed by the efforts of state employees to continue all of the services. State government services never shut down. So as a way to recognize that, we waived the maximums to allow people to roll over more. And we've done that into this year as well. Now we are everybody's crossing their fingers that the decline in the pandemic that we're seeing continues. And then we will encourage people to get back to a schedule of taking some time off to have a better work-life balance. We're out of balance right now.
Can we assume that those vacation expenses are already paid, in the budget and paid for? So people that have, 100 extra hours, you have it already in your budget to pay for that?
Right. Well,
Okay. All right. Last question I have is that you mentioned that there were several classifications that had people that were over the limit in the classification. What is your plan on dealing with people who are over the limit in classifications?
Right. I don't think we're there yet. I think we're still in the data gathering and what we're going to do. And then we'll need to do another compensation piece once the classification piece feels like it's sorted out. So we'll deal with, I think we'll just come up, the steering committee and the classification compensation committee will come up with recommendations and we'll see what happens.
So anybody that's over classification now still gets the COLA payment every year?
I'm gonna just caution us to say over the classification. Again, this is like a study that takes what people think they know about a position title and compares it to other titles of what they think they know about that position title. And that's why it's so important for us to do the classification piece and then recognize that we have those classifications and job duties appropriately classified, and then attach compensation to it. So while you do a study that is very like macro, then you have to dive in and say, is this what we found as well? And then if you find that the positions are under or over, then you have a conversation about what you can do about that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator Baldacci, you're on mute.
Excuse me, Representative Bryant.
Sorry, I didn't realize I had my hand up. My apologies. Thank you, Senator.
Cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. I know we've had a long and contentious day, and there's been times when we don't agree throughout the past couple of years. But I do want to say thank you for the work you're doing. It's obvious that you care about the employees that work for the state. I believe we all do. We have different ways of showing it, but I believe we all do. And I think what you've done with this study is incredible. And it shows that you're not just talking about it, but you're actually doing things financially and not financially. So I want to thank you for the work that you and everyone involved in this have done, because it's no small thing, especially where we were years and years and years ago. And I have friends that have worked for the state a long time and have seen good times working for state government and bad times. And that's no reflection on anybody in particular, but it's just, if you work for the state long enough, you've seen it all. So I want to thank you for what you've done.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I want to extend that thanks to all of the employees, and I want to extend that thanks to the governor, because it starts from our governor appreciates the work of our public servants. I appreciate that. It's a lot, but they're awesome.
That was very nice. Representative Matlack.
It's nice.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Figueroa. A question about telework. I know that there was a study that was begun before the pandemic. I would have thought that would have been a fairly good time to actually do something like that, but apparently not. So will you be picking that up? Will you be including that in the way you determine whether certain jobs remain with an option to be remote, or how will you use the past 2 years to determine how the state of Maine functions going forward?
It's a great question, and thank you for it. I will say, I've lost track. I think I'm into my 28th or 29th year now, and we've talked about telework almost every year. And so after years of contemplating it and talking about how difficult it might be, the pandemic like forced us to a beta test, right? We within 3.5 weeks had transitioned a significant amount of our workforce to telework for the safety and of our employees as well as their families, and then also to keep state services going. But we, through this process, we know now that it'll never be the same. Like, you know, we know now, but through this process, we have created we've formalized a telework policy and a telework authorization process, which provides for the first ever framework for state employees to partake in a non-emergency telework opportunity based on our climate goals, our operational need, and employee preference, right? It's a blend of operational need and so as we think more about employee recruitment and retention, we know the wages matter, but as I said, like what matters first is some of our flexibility of those other factors, including telework. So it will remain an important part of this conversation going forward. And then I also want to just acknowledge while we say that there are also a number of jobs where people cannot telework. And so I do want to thank the people who have continued to show up in person throughout. And the fact that we could have some of our workforce teleworking made those people who had to come to the office have a little bit more space to do that. And we appreciate, we're grateful to them as well. So like everything is a balance, but I think where we are now is as the pandemic is, if it continues in its path, we are looking to get out a little bit of the emergency telework, start transitioning to this non-emergency telework, and then we'll be able to report more as managers and employees have those agreements, how many people are doing that, what classifications work better, and then tweak from there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
15 minutes.
Thank you.
And I hope it may.
So, Mr. Feely, did you want to make any additional comments?
Yes, I would appreciate it. So Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and members of the Committee on State and Local Government. My name's Tom Feely. I'm General Counsel for MSEA. And for the last 2.5 years, I've been a member of the steering committee involved with this compensation and classification review. It's my pleasure today to give you all a break from Jeff McCabe and also to share our perspective on the progress of the review thus far. I'd also like to thank the commissioner for her support in this process and her, from the get-go really championing the need for this review. So in 2019, the state and MSEA entered into a memorandum of agreement which obligated the state to commission a consultant to perform a comprehensive review of the classification and compensation system. This agreement arose out of LD 1214 in the 129th legislature, which was a resolve to conduct a comprehensive study of the compensation system for state employees. And after the administration signaled its support for the resolve, we ended up reaching the MOA. So the goal of this project from MSEA's perspective is to fix a 45-year-old compensation and classification system that is broken. By design, the current system requires active management, which includes regular updates and reviews. By statute, proper oversight requires updating job descriptions every 5 years to accurately reflect the duties and responsibilities for each classification. And the Bureau of Human Resources is required to provide by statute annual reports that include Data such as turnover by job classification, total number and disposition of reclassification requests, the number of vacancies and the reasons for those vacancies, as well as the length of time required to fill all vacancies. And civil service rules also require the Bureau of Human Resources to make or cause to be made such comparative studies as deemed appropriate of factors affecting the levels of salaries in the classified service. Over the last 40 years, these statutorily required reviews, reports, and updates have largely fallen by the wayside. Hundreds of positions have gone without evaluation since the 1980s, and the classification and compensation system as a whole has lost any sense of internal coherence. As Commissioner Figueroa testified so eloquently back in 2019, the current compensation system is 40 years old and has never been systematically reviewed. During that time, inadequacies and inequities of the current compensation system that loudly demanded our attention in the form of arbitration, legislation, settlements, and collective were addressed through a hodgepodge of reclassifications, range changes, stipends, and adjustments. Meanwhile, a host of issues remain unaddressed. Some solutions have given unintentional rise to new issues, and the work of state employees has evolved considerably since the current compensation system was first instituted. Clearly, the classification system has been in dire straits. Similarly, the compensation for state workers has lagged far behind those of Maine's competitors and presents a significant barrier to recruiting and retaining employees. Again, as Commissioner Figueroa noted in her 2019 testimony, this study will no doubt confirm what we already know. Maine state employee compensation does not remain competitive with Maine's private sector, and perhaps even lacks parity with public sector compensation at the local level and in comparable states. So this was the state of affairs in 2019 when MSCA and the state entered into the agreement. This agreement called for the consultant to, one, provide recommendations as to improvements to the existing classification and compensation systems, two, to transition to potential alternative classification and compensation systems, and three, to provide conclusions as to the best practices for classification and compensation systems for comparable employers. The agreement specified a cost that was not to exceed $600,000 and obligated the state to make a good faith effort to complete the project by August 1, 2020. So in the fall of 2019, the steering committee got together. We began the RFP process. And we ended up selecting the Siegel Group as the outside consultant. In early 2020, the state began negotiating with the Siegel Group, and by mid-February of 2020, the details were finalized. We held our first meeting with the Siegel Group as a steering committee on March 3rd, 2020. Coincidentally, on March 2nd, the day before, that was the first time that I ever spoke with BHR, this coronavirus, and shared our concerns about school closures, quarantine, telecommuting, leave time, and all of that. And sure enough, within a couple of weeks, everything had changed. To its credit, the state was committed to moving forward with this project, despite the major disruptions posed by COVID-19. And after some initial delays, the project began taking shape. So this review had two separate components running simultaneously. The first was the market analysis of state worker compensation. Siegel, in consultation with the steering committee, selected 100 benchmark positions and compared them with their counterparts in 10 public sector employers in the Northeast, including 4 other New England states, 4 cities in Maine, the biggest county in Maine, and the federal government, as well as private sector market data for New England. The 2020 State of Maine Market Study Report was finalized on November 20th, 2020, and to the surprise of no one, the report revealed a substantial pay gap between state employees and other employees in the same labor market. The second component of Siegel's review was their analysis of the classification system. In consultation with the steering committee, Siegel created a job description questionnaire, or JDQ, for each employee in state government to complete. The JDQ was designed to elucidate the core components of each position, including essential duties and responsibilities, the degree of discretion and independent judgment, minimum job requirements, supervisory responsibilities, knowledge and skills, fiscal responsibility, working conditions, and the like. And from there, Siegel analyzed the data and on November 8th, 2020, presented the steering committee with the first draft of its proposed classification structure. So in theory, after some fine tuning of the classification structure, Siegel was going to then merge the compensation data from the market study report with the classification structure, provide a cost analysis, and make its final recommendations. According to Siegel's timeline, this entire process was supposed to be wrapped up in February 2021. However, upon our initial review of the proposed class structure, we knew that this was going to be a much more involved process. This was a massive document detailing and analyzing 1,172 positions within the executive branch. It proposed new job titles, proposed merged positions, new occupational groupings, new job summaries, and new pay grades based on a newly developed scoring system. Upon digging into the draft structure, we found myriad issues. For example, a particular job description might not match what we knew about the position. In other places, seemingly disparate positions or positions from very different pay grades were being combined into a single group. Elsewhere, the assigned pay grade for a certain position would not make sense relative to the other positions. So this proposed classification, we viewed the proposed classification structure as being salvageable, but we knew we would need time to understand it and to make corrections. It was clear that Siegel's time frame for completing the project was overly ambitious. So the steering committee began working with Siegel and offering substantive revisions to the classification structure. In December of 2020, they sent a first revised structure, which incorporated some of our feedback, and we continued our analysis. In early February 2021, they sent a second revised draft. However, at about the same time, Siegel announced that they had reached the end of their contract with the state, and therefore any ongoing work would be at an hourly rate. The steering committee has not had direct contact with Siegel since March of 2021. So over the last year, the steering committee has continued our review of the proposed classification structure. And as the commissioner described, essentially the Bureau of Human Resources is meeting with department after department, and then they're reporting back to the steering committee on their findings and recommendations. We're making incremental progress, but this is a long process, and it's not clear that there's a end in the immediate future. And moreover, there's a number of questions that we have regarding the pay study, including, what is it going to take to tie it all together? Does the state intend to bring back a consultant, another consultant for the market pay piece, and to help tie together the classification structure? And ultimately, how is the pay gap identified in the market study report going to be funded? So where does this leave us 3 years into the project? Essentially, we're exactly where we were in 2019 with a broken compensation and classification system. As the market study report did in fact demonstrate that state employee compensation lags behind that of the state's competitors. Maine MSEA represented employees on average are about 15 to 20% behind our competitors, according to the market report. Digging deeper into the market study report, you see that while certain benchmark classifications are at or near market rate, other categories of employees lag woefully behind. For example, even at the top step of the pay scale, accountants for the state of Maine make 20 to 33% less than their peers working elsewhere in the region. Chemists make 24% less. Civil engineers make 20 to 25% less. Maintenance mechanics make 31% less. Administrative workers make between 20 and 35% less. Rehabilitation counselors make 25% less. Correctional officers make 16% less, and correctional captains make 26% less than their counterparts. It is clear that there's not a one-size-fits-all approach to these various positions, and that's the work that needs to be continued and needs to be approached for this. To be sure, through collective bargaining, MSCA has realized some wage gains through the issuance of the market study report. Over the last couple of contract cycles, the bargaining team has held firm and fought for average annual raises of 3%. However, much of these gains have been erased by inflation. And further, the gap itself isn't stagnant. The other employers out there are also increasing wages. Other states out there are also negotiating with their unions and seeing wage hikes. Additionally, while MSCA was able to win a $15 minimum wage effective December 2021, other large employers such as Maine Health have already set minimum wages at $17 an hour, remaining a pace ahead of the executive branch. Moreover, while this project has been ongoing, pending range changes and reclassifications have largely slowed down. The executive branch has in many instances held off filing management-initiated reclassifications that would otherwise correct inequities in the system. Just last week, I spoke with a group of marine resource scientists at the Department of Marine Resources who work side by side with IF&W biologists performing identical work with marine life. Due to a management-initiated reorganization at the end of 2018, IF&W biologists received a reclass to a higher pay grade than the marine resource scientists, meaning that they earn thousands more every year while doing the same exact work. When DMR employees petitioned their commissioner to address this inequity, he said he supported them, but management-initiated reclassifications were put on hold pending the finalization of the compensation and classification study. That was almost 3 years ago. It was in August of 2019, and there has been no movement since then. State workers are hyper aware that the classification is broken and that their compensation lags far behind their competitors. We hear these concerns from state workers, as well as questions about when the pay study is going to be done almost every day. They're eager for the state to see the project through to completion and for this legislature to take significant action to close the pay gap. Over the years, there have been numerous attempts to fix this system, including a multi-year pay study that was conducted under Governor Baldacci that Governor LePage killed his first year in office. These past failures have had a devastating effect on state employee morale, as well as on the state's ability to recruit and retain quality employees. I would again direct your attention to Commissioner Figueroa's testimony from 2019 when she described the impact of these prior attempts. As a 22-year Maine state employee, I want to acknowledge the disappointment and resentment felt by state employees in the past when similar studies were commissioned, only for the findings to be forgotten about when there wasn't funding to fully implement the recommendations. This is unfortunately the common fate of studies commissioned by state government. In my position, I am keenly aware that funding will be no less of a challenge when this study is complete and recognize our responsibility to be good stewards of these findings. Our failure to do so would only compound the problems that necessitated this legislation. I hope that once informed with specific knowledge of where inadequacies and inequities exist within the current compensation system, future collective bargaining and legislation will continually refer to the study, and over time we will make steady, meaningful progress towards its recommendations. Members of the committee, I'm concerned that the longer that this process takes and the further it drags on, the further that the analysis of state employee compensation recedes into the rearview mirror, the more likely it is that the study commissioned and paid for by the state will meet the same fate as prior studies. The failure to make meaningful progress to address these findings will only compound the problems that necessitated the study in the first place. Accordingly and respectfully, MSCA is asking for a change package, and we are urging both the administration and the legislature to take specific action to address these issues. First, I believe that in order to get this project over the finish line in a timely manner, it will be necessary to either bring in a consultant or additional limited period positions to work on this project. And we would like funding authorized for this purpose. I know that we are making incremental progress, but as the commissioner noted, we're only about halfway there, and it's already been 2 years since this began. And second, we ask you to set aside dedicated funding to make meaningful progress on closing the pay gap for state employees. Thank you. I would be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Feely. That was a very helpful presentation. Representative Bryant, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Mr. Feely, for speaking. It was quite a long speech, and
sorry about that.
A lot of substance to it. I wonder how much the threat of layoffs entered into your negotiations for your people.
What do you mean during our most recent collective bargaining agreement?
Yes. Was there any of that?
No, it wasn't. I mean, there hasn't been any direct threat of layoffs. I mean, due to federal funding and, I think higher than expected revenues, there hasn't been a real threat of layoffs over the past number of years.
Do you thank you, Ms. Senator, follow up?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Feely. So do you feel that you're adequately staffed so that there's no threat of layoffs? Is you understaffed, or how's your staffing?
Meaning for state workers?
For state workers, yes.
I think understaffing across the board is an issue. I mean, state workers are, I think the past 2 years have been tough for workers everywhere, and people have been really stepping up. I think the telecommuting has been a blessing for some, and for others, it's difficult to maintain the work-life balance, and people have been working a ton. And I don't know about you guys. I mean, I go from one Zoom meeting to a next, and it's sometimes that 3 minutes between calls can be a great opportunity to kind of reset the mind. But the past couple of years have been a sprint, and I think our workers are feeling that. And we have significant staffing issues everywhere. OCFS has understaffed child protective workers. That is. And we're hearing from, just the other day, we heard from plant maintenance mechanics who are feeling the crunch of having to work 24 hours a day to take care of our boilers around Augusta. Staffing is an issue everywhere. And COVID has made it tough with the rolling quarantines and all of that. It's been, I would say, people feel understaffed by and large.
Thank you, Ms. Feely. I know this is my 16th year. I do think that great strides have been done with the surplus we have and with the administration. And I've seen different administrations. I think it's been positive, but I still feel that my state workers are far behind compared to the workers on the public sector.
And that is what the report suggests.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
See, Representative Copeland, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Feely, for speaking with us about this important issue. We care very deeply. I think every one of us cares deeply about the employees in the state of Maine. I just had a quick question. You talked about how the 15% below, and that I focused on that, but I'm hearing, and I'm actually seeing on your fact sheet that I'm not sure that the study that you're talking about incorporates all of these improvements in compensation, beginning from, well, looks like, well, it's 18, 19, 20, and 21. There's been significant increases. So I think that it didn't sound like that was included or incorporated into your remarks. Am I missing something?
Well, I tried to address it. But yes, I mean, we have had pretty good gains through collective bargaining over the past few years. A number of those gains much of those gains have been eaten up by inflation. But, also the employers that we're comparing ourselves to, other employers in the market, have not remained stagnant throughout this time. The state of Massachusetts, state of New Hampshire, the state of Vermont, state of Rhode Island, every one of them have big raises coming, over the same period of time. I think, we probably need to do another market study report once the classification structure is finalized to figure out where we are then. But, this is, that was a moment in time, November 20th, 2020, when that was done. There have been, raises since then. We're hearing, again, as I said, minimum wage hikes have been up at Maine Health. You hear of, anecdotally, you hear of Holiday Inn in Bangor paying $20 an hour for cleaners because they can't find help. And that drives up wages across the board. And, the question I have is Maine keeping a pace? We don't know. We don't have the data up to date. It's an ongoing issue. I don't know if that answers your question.
I hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate you for Mr. Feely for your presentation as well. I certainly know firsthand way down east that it's a common thing amongst employers to say you can't find workers. And there's a whole host of reasons for that, whether it be compensation, or people don't want the jobs, or the jobs that are available, or we all know what all of the issues with workforce tend to be. But I guess my question is, do you see the state as an employer, ever at a point where we're going to be ahead of the curve? And because I see folks mentioning other minimum wages and other private employers getting 20 plus an hour, and we're always going to be chasing somebody, because when wages go up for one, everybody's looking for more. And I guess that I don't expect you to have an answer to this, but I guess I would like your thoughts on it.
Well, I mean, so I think there's a couple different issues, right? There's, yes, how does Maine, the state of Maine as an employer on average compare with our competitors? And, it's probably above my pay grade, to say, whether or not Maine can ever catch up or be at pace with all of the competitors. But I would also say that within the state of Maine as an employer, there are numerous inequities. I mean, I just raised the one example of the DMR marine resource biologists versus IF&W biologists. And, these kinds of inequities are across the system. And this is the result of 40 odd years of, it's really been a squeaky wheel approach. Employees who made enough noise or who had a supervisor who was supportive got a raise. Employees who filed an appeal and saw through that arbitration and won at arbitration got a raise. The employees who did not, stand up for themselves or did not, have a supervisor that favored them, didn't get a raise. And so we have just rampant inequity kind of throughout state government. And one of the goals of this project is to level the field within, as well as bringing Maine up to, whether it's at 100% of the market, that would be great. It probably takes a lot to get there, But, one of the real goals is the internal equities of the system.
And I thank you for that as well. But I would say with, certainly here in the legislature, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And a lot of times I've seen different employee groups approach legislators about bills, and that usually generates the conversation. So I think that squeaky wheel, I don't know how we're ever going to stop that from happening. You don't want constituents to not reach out to you, but at the same time, if you see the conundrum we have, it isn't as simple as saying it's a squeaky wheel, because that's everywhere. And this process is the same.
And if I may, I feel like I'm squeaking here today, advocating for, this study, and this isn't, but the goal of this study isn't to prioritize one group of workers over another or prioritize MSCA over anybody else. This is comprehensive. This is all 5 unions in the state. This is confidential employees, commissioners, salaries. This is everybody in state government that we're looking at in terms of how to make sense of this and realize X. And I would certainly not advocate for people not raising their concerns or raising their personal injustices where they see it. And we encourage the squeaky wheels, certainly.
Well, we're all squeaky wheels. Representative Matlack?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Senator, and welcome, Mr. Feely. You have quite adequately filled Mr. McCabe's shoes. Sir, when do you anticipate, when is it anticipated that the compensation structure report will be finished and the compensation structure report will be finished? Are they completed yet, or are there issues that are, including COVID, holding back the completion of these reports? And do you think they'll be completed in a timely fashion?
So the compensation piece was completed as of November 2020.
Okay.
But as that gets further behind us, there is a question, what is the continued relevance of it? And there may be need for further compensation study, once the classification structure is ready to go. The classification structure, I can't say what the timeline is. We're doing a department by department review. It's moving at a deliberate pace. It's very, it's intensive work. And where the rubber meets the road is how to integrate it into what, kind of a, I don't want to use the word holistic, but a holistic structure that looks between departments and figures how, where the equities are between departments. And that's got to be, best case scenario, maybe another year.
Okay.
But this is, an ongoing process, and I worry about and this is not to say anybody is doing bad work, but I worry about the staff time that it takes. And do we have the capacity as a steering committee, and does BHR have the capacity to get this done? And it is very complicated work and takes a lot of time. And that's why we would advocate for, some either consultant or more positions, limited period positions to get this work done.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Copeland?
Oh, you're muted.
Are on mute right now. Lynn, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Get caught with the stupid mute thing on. Thank you, Chair Baldacci. I have 2 questions, one for Mr. Feely, and then a follow-up for Ms. Figueroa, Commissioner Figueroa. One is the first for Mr. Feely is about the employee appeal process. So you said that there's, some things going on, but we've had some, I want to know about the appeal process for employees, because I know that we had boards and commissions, and we had something that we talked about with, an appeal process, and everybody was saying that, everything's under control. So is there a problem with the appeal process for employees?
So let me think about this. So we have quite a backlog of pending appeals. There is, I don't have the numbers handy. It's at least 50 cases that are pending. So let's talk about it. The process for change here. An employee will file what's called a functional job analysis, it's FJA form, where they lay out their position. They say, I think I'm entitled to a reclassification or a range change, and provide all the details of why. That then goes to the Bureau of Human Resources, who conducts an internal audit of the position. And then once they finish their audit, then the employee has the opportunity to file an appeal. And that's where we get involved. That's where MSEA would get involved. So currently there are scores of FJAs out there, individual employee FJAs, awaiting this internal audit. And I believe on average, this is my best guess, it takes about a year once someone files a form to when they get a decision. Then we file for, if they get a decision they don't agree with, they have the right to appeal, and we will file our appeal within 10 days. And right now, we are hearing appeals that were filed in approximately 2016 or 2017. So there's a 5-year delay, and there have been, much of this delay, it was based on personnel changes. The longtime advocate for the state retired in 2018, I believe. Then it took some time to fill her position. Somebody else came in who was working primarily on this class compensation study for the year that she was here, and then she left. And so we actually just had our first appeal hearing since 2019, I believe. Our first one, we just scheduled it, and we had the hearing earlier this month or last month. So it's a long process. There's quite a backlog. We have at least 50 appeals pending, and that's not including all of the FJAs that are out there.
Thank you. Ms. Figueroa, Commissioner Figueroa, can you speak to that? And can you also, Mr. Feely spoke about the DMR scientists and the pay discrepancy there. Can you speak to both of those issues, please?
I'm sorry, I probably won't be able to get into the right detail about those scenarios. I'd love to be able to get back to you. I am aware of the inland fish DMR example, but I am not aware of the status. And, I would like to get more information about the appeals process. I don't want to, I know that we had some positions that were dedicated. We have had some staff turnover, and I just don't know how to put into words the impact of the pandemic on our day-to-day work while we continue to try to do all these, everything. But I am happy to find out and give a response.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And there is no doubt the pandemic has a lot to do with all of these things. So, but what I'm really trying to drill down to is, are the employees we've voted on going to be, is that part of helping this situation, or not really at all?
Are you talking about the COLA?
Well, I'm talking about the budget that just went through, and all
yes, I mean, I'm not sure what a reduction means, because I only know the last 3 years in this position. But like I said, we've done 1,600 reclasses. It speaks to the system, though. if you have a system that's a little, right, is more up to date and has been aligned, we probably won't have to do 1,600 reclasses in 3 years. I mean, that certainly is the hope. And so some of the examples, there are hundreds of anecdotes, and, you know, maybe we haven't solved all of them. We've solved some of them during. So I think it's, I would say that much has changed since we embarked on this endeavor. I do appreciate that it's taken longer. I also appreciate the thought that a consultant, we're open to the fact that a consultant probably would help after we go through some of this information to help us consolidate.
So do you feel like you have the tools in your toolbox to deal with this?
I think we don't know what we don't know. And I think that the process that we're going through right now, we'll more articulate what we don't know. And then we'll have to figure out how we solve those things. Everything that I appreciate having my words repeated back to me from someone else. And I would say them again today. We feel the same. We are in the process. That it has taken longer, I'm sure it's equally as hard on all the people that are working on it and the people that are waiting. But it's a good effort. And honestly, if we had known that the pandemic was coming, I wonder if we would have, our timing probably would have been different for embarking on it, but we didn't abandon the effort even still. So we feel the same, and we feel like, when we have more information, I think we'll be able to connect those two things better. But in the meantime, yes, the reclasses that are in the budget do help. They are a part of the issue, and it helps to get them moving. And we have prioritized for the change package, some that have come in since. Anything that has like a retro component to it, we are really trying to get those through. So there will be a few more reclasses that have since come through that will be in the change package. But
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Reisman.
So, Mr. Chairman, what exactly were we hoping to accomplish today with this presentation?
Well, I think informative, because we're going to be hopefully hearing, in terms of the change package or other things, but it's basically been informative, because I know that these issues are going to be ongoing. Representative Matlack, did you want to add anything to that?
No, it's the responsibility of this committee to hear certain reports that are ongoing. We hear them every 2 years. There are report backs with regard to specific reports like this compensation study that we need to hear. And basically it's to ensure that the work has been done, or if the work hasn't been completed yet, where we are in the process. So at present, what we're doing is, because this whole compensation study, the classification study, has been derailed by COVID, we needed, and there was a report back date. We needed to see where folks were, what needs to be done next, and to ensure that things are progressing, if slowly. So it's our duty to examine these reports and see what's been going on, and to report it out, perhaps make comments on when things will be completed, and our concerns about where the report might be. So that's what my concept is.
Mine as well. Representative Reisman, did you have any other questions?
So would it behoove our committee to set up a subcommittee to further investigate this report?
That's something we could consider.
I think the report is what it is. It's report. There's more material coming. There's going to be a finished report from the commissioner. She mentioned that this was, in many respects, the draft. We're at the end of our term in having regular meetings. So the final report will be coming out soon. And then we can say that we have reviewed it and let the folks in the oh, what is that called? But the speaker and the president of the Senate and the leadership that know that that we are keeping an eye on what we're supposed to be watching over.
Okay. Seems to me that we've done a pretty good job with that today. So thanks.
Representative Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This would be a question for Lynn more than anything. And I guess it would be, when the change package comes out, are we going to be taking that up as a committee, or is that just going to be appropriations? Or I know typically we haven't, but I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you, Representative Tool. I have not heard either way on that. It's supposed to be coming out this week, so hopefully by the end of this week or next week, I can have an answer on that question.
Yeah, if so, I would, if we were going to be taking it up, I wouldn't have a problem with doing it on a Monday or one day next week. So.
Cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
So in terms of this discussion, is there any other further comments or questions by members of the committee? Representative Bryant?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you. I just wanted to thank Commissioner Figueroa and Mr. Feely for coming before us. It is important we see these reports, and I do agree with Chair Matlack. You know, this is late in the session for us, but the next session is really where this is all going to come forward, especially just coming out of this pandemic. So thank you both, and thank you, chairs, for putting this forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an absolutely necessary report. I think we had talked about doing it at the tail end of last year, but I think from my conversations and Representative Matlack's conversations with MSEA and with DAFs, just it wasn't going to be able to be fit in before we got done. So I'm glad this is an important report. I'm glad we were able to have this presentation. I think the issue about making sure our state employees are handled fairly is an important one for us to have ongoing awareness and information on. And I very much appreciate the work of Mr. Feely and Commissioner Figueroa, Attorney Feely and Commissioner Figueroa. And I look forward to working with everyone on these issues as we go forward, knowing that our goal is to make sure that we're able to attract and retain people to public service, which is key. And in Health and Human Services Committee all the time, we're hearing about shortages at DHHS in terms of staffing issues, and those shortages affect the public safety, the public health, children all across the state. So, I mean, there are important interests for all of us to advance in this effort. So, are there any other questions or comments on this particular topic?
Thank you.
Attorney Feely.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
for the
Commissioner
opportunity.
Figueroa.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lynn, this has been probably a record-setting state and local government day, but do you have anything else on your agenda before I recognize Representative Toole?
I have nothing else on the agenda, and I do believe it was a record-setting day.
Yeah. Representative Toole.
So two things. One would be a matter of housekeeping for Senator Rosen to be able to vote on the remaining budget items if she would so choose before we log off. And the other, as folks know, yesterday, the United States Senate voted unanimously to end the daylight savings time.
Yes.
And I would like to see if this committee would be interested in doing a joint resolution before both bodies, or whatever the proper term is, I'm losing it, to see if we would send a memorialization to the House to follow suit, the US House. I would be interested in sponsoring such a thing if we were.
Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's a great idea, Representative Toole. I wonder if Senator Bailey has already done that. I know that she's brought that same issue up in the House a couple of times, and I'm just, thinking that she might already be doing this. So, but I agree that it's a good thing.
If he has, that would be great, and.
Well, I would entertain a motion. If you want to do a motion, Representative Toole, we should have it. Because I'm not sure she has, so, and we can check on that, but obviously we can rectify that later.
I would make a motion that we memorialize Congress or memorialize the United States House of Representatives to follow suit of the United States Senate and end daylight savings time.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded by Representative Toole and seconded by Representative Matlack, and Representative Bryant has his hand up.
Thank you. And I know the analysts may be able to help us with this, but we did, Ben, I think Representative Toole was with us. We did set a bookmark in there for us so we could be ahead of the curve when that did come around, that our part of the Eastern Coast would authorize it. So where are we at with that? If I could speak to Lynn on that, please.
Yes, thank you, Representative Bryant. So the committee did pass out a bill that became law. I believe it was a resolve. I will follow up and send an email to you all to describe it. It said, first part said, if all the states on the East Coast adopt something about daylight savings, Maine would follow suit. And I believe there may have been something in it regarding if the US Congress, but let me check it out and send an email to all of you with the details on that, that resolve.
That would be great. I'm not sure other states have followed suit, but maybe when you send that out, Lynn, you could just do a quick check of that. I'm not sure which states are, if any other states have done the same or have enacted legislation that would be triggering under that statute.
But if the president signs the bill, don't we get to go?
Yes. If the president signs the bill, then you don't have to wait for all the other states.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about what we're doing. Yeah.
Okay.
Representative Toole, you still have your hand up.
Yes, and I guess I would I know the motion is passed, but we should include the president in that resolution. And I
In
don't
the Senate, we should let the Senate know as well.
Well, the Senate's passed it.
Senate is
Yeah.
passed, so.
The US Senate has passed it.
Right. So, and I would be willing to sponsor the resolution. I don't know if anybody else would, but.
Senator Bennett?
Senator Bennett, I'm sure I don't want to speak for him, but I'm sure there will be no shortage of co-sponsors.
Okay, sounds good.
Co-sponsor, count me in, please.
Yeah.
So everybody on the committee that would like to be a co-sponsor, raise your hands.
So far, we got everybody.
Cheryl.
My husband and I have been putting this bill in for 26 years, so I'd love to see it.
Okay. I would put Senator Rosen in as the Senate sponsor.
Definitely.
And I will be a second sponsor after her.
But she could be the lead Senate sponsor.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Right. I have fought for this for so long.
Yeah.
All right.
Wonderful that happens. Yeah.
Okay, so I assume that's a vote. Everybody in support of that resolution?
Yep, we did.
Approach. Okay. Lynn, you got all this written down? I'm sure there's a lot of paper going to be going back and forth between committee members on the budget and any other loose ends, but
yeah.
Have we hit everything we're supposed to cover today?
Other than allowing Senator Rosen to vote on the last remaining items.
Okay, yep.
So I believe, Senator Rosen, that you did not vote on the motion to add 1610, the data governance bill, with an additional position into the budget. The vote was 5 to vote it in and 4 to vote it out. And the 4 voting it out were Greenwood, Head, Tool, and Representative Downs. So in or out?
Out, please.
Okay. The next one were the 3 initiatives in the budget for the Office of the State Treasurer. That was unanimous to vote it in. Those all had to do with the abandoned property. Let's see, the total amount of those 3 was 16,000 in this year and 81,000 in next year. It had to do with fraud index services and constituent outreach. And again, that was unanimous to vote it in.
I vote in.
Okay, and then there was discussion in the committee about voting into the budget some of the bills that had been passed out of the committee either this session or in the prior session and carried over. So there was a discussion of LD 1073, and I'm gonna figure out which one that was. That was a bill that was resolved establishing the commission to research effective strategies and efficiencies of the legislature. And that had a fiscal note of $4,750. And the committee unanimously voted that the funding for that should be general funds as opposed to legislative funds. And that was a unanimous vote.
I say yes.
Okay, and then the committee had a divided vote on whether to add in LD 1300, which had to do with counties being county governments coordinating with municipalities on homelessness. That had over 3 million in the first year and over 1 million in the second year. And the vote was 1, 2, 3. I think 3 voted it in: Bryant, Matlack, Baldacci, and Representative Copeland. And voting it out was Greenwood, Head, Tool, Reisman, and Downs.
I voted out.
All right, and then the committee unanimously voted to add in LD 1680, which had to do with amending the legislative expense reimbursement and allowances. And that again was a carryover bill from last session. And it was unanimous to add it in.
Okay, yes, in.
Okay, and I think I'm on the last one, which was a 3-way divided report. It had to do with the COLA for state employees and teachers. There was a discussion with the commissioner the voting in was to vote for an additional approximately 14 million to match the COLA for the next fiscal year 22-23. And the people who voted in were Representative Bryant, Matlack, and Copeland, and Senator Baldacci. And then Representative Reisman had a minority report, which I've completely forgotten, but I know it's written down somewhere. And then voting out.
His minority report was ought to pass, but as amended he had some amending language. Is that correct, Walter?
Yes. Yeah.
And I did write it down. I just don't have that page right with me.
Okay.
And then so voting out were Representative Greenwood, Head, Tool, Reisman, had his own. So Representative Greenwood, Head, Tool, and Downs voted that one out.
I'll vote that one out.
All right. Cheryl, I think I hit all the votes. Did you see any for Senator Rosen that I missed?
Did you start with 1610?
I did.
Then you got them all. 1610 to the end.
We did that well. Yay. So I think that's
Representative Greenwood, do you have all your votes in?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Does anybody, Okay. Cheryl, does anybody here on this call still need to record their votes with you?
No, they don't.
Okay, well, that saves some time. That's all I'm saying. Okay, Lynn, we're all set.
You are all set as far as I know.
Pleasure to work with you. I hope to see you guys next week at the, hopefully the Quarry Pub, but I'll
Yes.
wait for Representative
I'll,
Matlock
I'll,
to
I'll figure it
circulate.
out and we'll get it done.
Thank you. Good to see you guys and have a great week.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
guys.
Look forward to seeing you in person.